Well, as far as I can tell, everything is ready. Let us begin. In 3, 2, 1, go. And so here we are, 4 white mages, and they really have a rough start. To be fair, you're not supposed to do this, so I don't mind that the developers did not give you really easy outs for a lot of things that are going to happen. I'm going to go ahead, pick up 4 hammers to start. See there, the hammer's a slight upgrade over the staves, and since you've got nothing else really to attack with, you might as well grab whatever attack power you can. Alright, I think I would like to have Cure in slot 1. Everybody needs one of those. I can't afford everybody Dia and Protect. Do I want to focus on Dia's first or Protect's first? Let's get you two with Dia started. You two with Protect. It's going to be annoying having the order incorrect for some of my spells, but we'll have to deal with it. Do I have extra copies of Final Fantasy 1 with the NES that I'd be willing to sell? I don't have that many copies. Generally, I usually have like 2, just so I've got a backup, and my main copy, and then like right now I've got a 3rd copy because it's got some old saves on it, but there's really not much that I do for restoring games. I'm gonna go ahead, drop a save over top of that beautiful looking party we had last night. Can you forget spells in this person? Yes. So I can fix my spell order later on by spending a little bit of cash. So not a big deal that we are going to have spells that are in inconsistent and annoying orders. Good luck is right. We're going to need luck. There's a lot of things in the early game which are kind of, well, I'm not going to say kind of. They're really frustrating. Is there anything you have to do besides battery change? No, that's really it. What I basically do whenever I'm changing a battery is cut the old battery off so that rather than desoldering a giant, big mass of metal, you just have the 2 little leads that you need to desolder. Pull those out, solder a new battery in, and you're good to go. That's assuming that you don't want to keep the saves in the cart, because while you're changing things around, the cartridge battery could be dead and lose your saves. But for the most case, like, you know, Final Fantasy 1, I can make some more saves really fast. I believe I need one more imp after this to get level 2. Level 2 Garland is kind of pushing it for 4 white mages. I'll probably want to go in and... ooh, actually did have enough. Probably want to go to the inn, get my MP recovered. Just that I have plenty of healing juice for the Garland fight. These guys don't have a ton of health, which is why I decided to take the battle on. You usually don't see wolves around the southern area. Like, right around Canary, it's like almost exclusively imps for the encounter zone. Alright, there we go. Level 2. And this is about the barest of bare minimums that you'd want to try to take Garland on with 4 white mages. Max level before Garland on NES. That is definitely a project. I'd be very worried about your sanity by the end of that. This is not a shock at all, but Dan got by far the worst level up of all 4 white mages. That's 61, 61, 60, and then Dan's got 56. How do you do that, Dan? Like, how do you do it so perfectly? Alright, Garland, it's hammering time. We're going to start out with Protects to try to keep our party alive. I ended up not using the Diaz, so I feel kind of bad about that. It would be better to have Protect all down the line here. Actually, you guys start off with Protect, and we'll do an extra Protect on Cuckoo. Hey, Soundhound, welcome in. And also welcome into SBQ. Alright, good damage there. Let's do those 3 damage at a time. I guess we'll start dropping some Protects in the back ranks as well. Hey, Glassjaw, welcome in. Okay, so Cuckoo should have 3 Protects up, Shurko 2. After this, everybody except for Dan will have 3. How the PSP run's been going? Last night was a really good one. Single segment, 3 hours and 3 minutes. That was pretty much what I expected to have like as my best time for it on single segment. So I was really pleased with that one. Meanwhile, Dan's basically killing Garland by himself. There we go. He should be doing 1s except for criticals. But the power protects. I like Protect more than Evasion in the remakes. The Evasion stat is really tough to max out in the remakes because they uncapped the monster's accuracy. You need less total evasion boost to get basically perfect defense in NES. Oh, don't worry, Soundhound. Dan is going to be going 1,000 miles per hour throughout the entire night. Nobody can hammer like Dan can. There we go. Easy Garland fight. I think the 3rd slot White Mage got a strong level up. Level 3 is not a guaranteed one, so you're going to have a lot more separation now that you're going to start getting these random level ups in addition to the fixed ones. King is praying for success. It's a good strategy when you got White Mages. You need a lot of prayer. There we go. 1 princess, 1 bridge, and 1 musical instrument have all been obtained. We are done with this stretch. Hey, Graffin, welcome in. You know, if Lucan's prophecy is that 4 White Mages are going to save the world, it's no wonder everybody assumes that your gut's completely boned. It's going pretty good tonight, Graffin. Hope you're having a good night as well. This should be like about 6 hours, so I think this will be a pretty thorough night of Final Fantasy for me. Could Dan be the MVP if the enemies don't target him? It's tough. It's really tough for Dan to ever be truly as good as he can potentially be. What order do I want to do things in? I guess you two are going to discard your Protects and then we'll buy them back. Yeah, get rid of that. Not that. There you go. So I'm doing this to have consistent order of my spells, otherwise I'm going to go crazy during the course of the night with having to swap back and forth between them. You just need Dia, Protect. So you got Dia. You've got Dia. You've got Protect. And Protect. Alright, that should be good. Let's check. Good, we did it. We have successfully done it. Hey, Luke, welcome in. Thanks for the good wishes. Where did all the wood and stone come from? I mean, they do have a lot of building materials sitting around in the ruins of Temple of Fiends. Maybe that's the whole story. Garland's cornered the market for vintage repair material, and they just want to knock him off so they can go and sell it. Yep, Koda's the only one that got a strong level up right there. That's not too bad though. So we got one strong level up out of the way. Hopefully about 20 more to go. You'll definitely see me saving a lot more than normal in this run because of how squishy my white mages are at the beginning. Once you get past like Melmon though, I think that the white mage party for a while is really, really fast. Like you've got Lich and Vampire generally going in with some pretty hardcore DRS strats. But then basic stuff like Wolves. Like this party really, really does not do well with this. Here we go, gotta run. Creeps are usually fairly slow. Ogre, I think, is slower than Creep, but either of those is a fairly good monster. They hit for a lot of damage, but you can generally get away really fast. And here we go, Provoke time. Let's go battle some pirates. Saving just in case. The pirates do actually hurt a lot for white mages. Like, you're probably taking 20 some damage on a hit. So you can't really mess around too much in this fight. It means basically the same strategy as the Garland fight here. Lots of protects. What am I going to be grinding on in the beginning? I'm going to grind on the 15 puzzle. And that surprisingly lets me do Marsh Cave at a much lower level, unlocking Astos to be done at a much lower level, and in turn getting all the way to the area where you start getting equipment and better spells much sooner. Hey, Super Flare Star, thanks for the good wishes. I hope you're having a good night here as well. Alright, looks like 2 protects is pretty good. We will do a round of protects on Dan here so Dan can stop defending. And we'll switch into combat mode after this. I think we are fairly good in terms of defense here, where you just hammer away and take out the pirates. Generally, battles like this are fairly bad for your white mages, simply because you don't have a lot of options for how you deal with AoE groups except for undead, in which case they're really, really good. Will we be doing class change? I'm thinking about not doing class change. I mean, it is 4 white mage challenge, not 4 white wizards. Alright, come on, pirates. Just get around to my turns again. If you do 4 black mages, you at least have sleep, which puts together a pretty good set of defenses here. Like, sleep will maybe knock half the pirates out every round, and while they wake up really fast, it's a great way to, like, early on prevent most of the damage that's going to be happening. Hey, Austin. Yeah, the pirate's having, I believe, 24 hit points. It's like 24, 25. Very noticeable that they are much tougher to kill. But some of the character classes have also been buffed, so that they get 2 attacks per round much sooner. So like red mages you don't notice, because they will still one-shot them. But surprisingly, fighters have worse accuracy than red mages in the early game. And so they will, they'll need an extra level. All right, there we go. We got our ship. That's gonna let us 15 puzzle here tonight. And we'll be doing 15 puzzles for a while. I need some specific items to drop, which are going to be in the 3rd place prize pool. Let me think about the best way of doing this. I think I want to get a relatively fast one here to make my 3rd place times be easier to get. There's my Mega Elixir. Phoenix down, that's nice. And now what I want to do is put times in between 30 seconds and 60 seconds. So I'm going to start with like 59, 58, 57, and so on. And we will do that until we have a whole bunch of Fang items. Fangs are items that you can use to cast 3rd tier magic spells. So like Lit 2, Fire 2, and Ice 2. Which is what I'm going to need. Otherwise, you've got like no way of doing wizards until you have like a billion levels. So this will be way faster than doing things like Peninsula Power or grinding or trying to level up our white mages in the early game. We'll just hang out here for a while. Again, I'll basically just walk backwards down. So if this is 59 seconds, it should give me a lot of playthroughs. I'll have all the way down to essentially 30 seconds in order to fill these in. In addition, this should also get me enough items, just miscellaneous ones, to raise a bunch of cash. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Spider Silk. That does not help me here, but we'll keep trying. What does Spider Silk do? Spider Silk is the equivalent of slow. So it'll slow the enemies down. I believe it's non-elemental, so it's pretty good at landing on things. But there's really nothing in the game where I think that it really helps you out. Most of the bosses, which have a lot of attacks per round, you're going to have things like Protera and Invisra by then, which are generally going to work out better. Okay, 6, 7, 8. Another Spider Silk. Come on, I just want some fangs. Ideally, 2 blue fangs is the best wizard killing combo that you can get. Because that is lit 2. But really, any fangs stacked together, if we have more of them, will do the job as well. That's right, with white mages, they need a lot of help. I mean, this is still way faster than doing Peninsula Power. You're not going to have levels, which is a bummer, but Peninsula Power is tough to get started. In the remakes, you have to be level 8 to get Diara, or Harm 2. So it's way longer before you can reasonably take on, like, Zombuls. 6, 7. Vampire Fang is not the Fang that I want. I believe that's, like... Well, I thought it was Drain, but there is no Drain ability in Final Fantasy. Somebody told me what this was at one point. I've totally forgotten what Vampire Fang does. It might be like a Paralyze item. That sounds right that there is one that paralyzes. Still no damage items, though. be our 56th playthrough. In my opinion, a little bit tougher to get the half-second intervals here, so I'm doing full seconds for all of these. White Curtain, that's Null Frost, so we don't need to get that spell. Only time Null Frost really helpful is on Lich, and we are covered for our one use. I guess I could have everybody Null Frost just to really increase the odds that it goes off before Lich's Blizzara does. Go on to our 55-second playthrough next. So far, 0 fangs. Which makes me a little bit nervous. I might have to start saving if we don't get some fangs soon, just so I've got enough playthroughs to get a decent number of them. 3, 4, 5, 6. Cockatrice's Claw, that's Petrification. We're getting like everything else besides our fangs. We will hopefully have plenty of good things to sell though at the end. And I do need money in addition to my attack fangs because I want to get the mute spell for everybody. You're supposed to get 2 fangs in 1 win? No, it's only going to be 1 fang because it's the first of the 2 prizes, I believe. Hey, Joker, welcome in. Have I ever accidentally completed the puzzle before I intended to? I don't think so, because I'm usually really careful about where I do the last piece. Spider Silk! Man, we are not getting anything tonight. Let's keep plugging away at it. Oh, did I actually? I might have. Yeah, I probably have done it at some point. I've done a lot of 15 puzzles by now. I just don't remember ever having done it accidentally early. And yeah, my inventory is totally full of cobwebs right now. No fangs, just lots of empty spots. 2, 3, 4. Blue Curtain. All right, we got some thunder resist as well. Still looking for our first fang though. I'll probably go down to 50 seconds and then start saving just so I have enough guaranteed playthroughs to get everything. Who knew it'd be so tough to find 3 of any item? I think it's like 3 out of 12 possible drops. So you should see them fairly often. 2, 3. There's a blue fang. All right, that's really good. Blue is the ideal fang color to get because that is lit 2, which does full damage on the wizards. So 2 blue fangs, or I believe 4 of other fang types is what you need. And if I have extra fangs left over, I can use those on Astos to reduce the number of hammering rounds I have. This will be our 52-second playthrough. I probably still want to do a save at 50 seconds just to have a backup in case we run dry on the rest of the playthroughs. So 0, 1, 2, red fang. Excellent, 2 fangs in a row. I guess we're just having a really streaky 15 puzzle night. It's good though, I'm feeling a lot more confident now. Hey, Milestone, what's the estimate for this run? Probably about 6 hours. I'd be happy with anything between like 5 and 6 or so for my total time for it. It'll be a little bit slower than GBA 4 White Mages, but much faster than NES White Mages. White Fang! Alright. So White Fang is Ice 2. It does a lot of damage, and that could be helpful in the Astos battle especially. Hey, Woo Boy. Welcome in. White Mages are fun. Like, I would definitely recommend people try it out. It is not nearly as bad as its reputation might have it. And Rathgar, thank you much for the resubscription there. Glad to see that you're continuing to enjoy the stream, and I hope you continue to enjoy your Out of Bounds bat as well. 6, 7, 8, 9, 50. Another Vampire Fang. So we are still sitting at 3 attack fangs. We've gotten 1 each color, red, white, and blue. The 4 white mages is the easiest solo class. I would probably put 4 red mages or 4 black belts or 4 fighters ahead of 4 white mages. White mages and black mages, I think, are kind of close, actually. And then, of course, 4 thieves all the way at the very back. You know, all these 15 puzzles definitely gives your thumb quite a workout. I was feeling really good at the start, and it's like, wow, I'm already starting to get some thumb soreness in there. But luckily, you've got plenty of time during the game itself to rest. Okay, so this will be our 48-second playthrough here. 1 more blue fang, I think, would be like enough for me to declare victory. But if I get another 2 regular fangs, that'd also be done. White curtain. Need more Mega Elixirs? I think 1's going to be plenty. I'll have a regular elixir as well. I can grab that in Phantom's room. I can get another Mega Elixir if I want to from Carrie's room. Red curtain, I think that's my first one of those. Have you ever solved the puzzle backwards? I don't know if I ever tried to do something like that. It sounds like an interesting challenge because it would really mess with you while you were doing a lot of the placements. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Red Fang, alright. One more Fang and then we are done, regardless of what type it is. It's also kind of nice having 2 blue Fangs, just because it means less turns in the wizard battle that you have to survive through. This will be our 44-second playthrough. They get faster and faster, so it actually is not as much time as you think. Like, originally, when you're first doing the initial couple, it's like so slow waiting for the time to tick down, and it's like actually getting tighter and tighter. Spider Silk. Hey, Soldier Hawk, welcome in. Hope you're having a good evening there. So this will be our 43-second playthrough. 1, 2, 3. Blue Curtain. We are going to be really protected against some of these elements. They're all single use though, so it's not like an astoundingly good item to have, but you don't need a lot of fights with these before you start having the ability to either cast the spells yourself or just get elemental resistance gear, kind of negating the need to have to worry about the individual fights. Yeah, we've actually had a couple of playthroughs that were like 20 seconds or so, where just like, all right, we got some time to wait. Let's see, we can start jamming them in here a little bit closer, just so that we don't run out of time. 8, 9, 0, 1. Red Fang. All right, I think I am done. I'm gonna exit and check this. We've got 1 blue Fang, 2 white Fangs, 3 red Fangs. Yeah, I think we can do the Wizards and Astos with that. $15 puzzle leaderboards. Some of the really low ones are just very, very freaky for what the timing is like. Well, no curing mute for me. I don't think Spider Silk is ever going to be handy. Vampire Fang, never going to use those. Eye Drops, never going to use those. Cockatrice Claw, never going to use those. Don't really want to sell the Ether. Do I want to keep the curtains? 1,200 gold might be enough. You guys all want to get silence. I can't afford a tent with that, unfortunately. What would I give up? Ethers are kind of important. We at least already have a couple of potions and antidotes, which will help out for the cave. You know what? Gold needles. I'm gonna have so much cash before I ever actually need a gold needle. That's probably my best one to ditch. They're worth a decent amount as well. I think all the curtains are actually somewhat useful for the Lich fight. because I'm unlikely to be able to land Silence on Lich. So he's going to start off Blizzara. He's got a couple other spells, and then he goes to do Fyra and Thundara. And if I don't have curtains up, then it is tough to survive those back to back. Like maybe DR is going to be enough to kill him in that time, but he has a lot of hit points in the remakes. Do another 15 puzzle. I mean, I guess if I did some more first place finishes, I could sell off the Mega Elixirs. I kept the one Mega Elixir I did from first place. That was my very first one to set up the third place times to be faster. I don't know, these guys would be kind of good for cash, except for the fact that we really can't kill them as white mages. Something of a liability right now that we have basically no weapons. That is true. It's going to be hard for us to ever run short of healing. We'll have lots of MP, decent amounts of overall healing is really helpful for a lot of dungeons. I don't think we're going to be taking on ogres, especially not with an ambush start. I'm thinking Arachnid we can do. Ooh, we don't do a lot of damage here. I want some more levels, but 16 damage around is going to be really slow. There's our first poison. That's better. Those are the hits I was looking for. The 4 damage round. We took as much damage from one poison proc as we did that entire round with 4 white mages. Hey, Wolveru. I have seen 8-Bit Theater. There are some inaccuracies that I would like to point out. Wormick is 1,000 times cooler than he was depicted in that comic. Okay, 4/10. I think that's enough, but I think we have to go down to 3/10 in order to be able to afford more antidotes. There we go. My best place to get levels is going to be over to the west here, where I can potentially get undead fights. Pretty much everything else is going to be really, really tough for this party to kill. They made a video adaptation of 8-Bit Theater. I'm really surprised at that. A lot of the reason why the author of that comic kind of gave up a little bit was because there's just like no way to make money on it. Since, you know, he doesn't own any of the copyright for the artwork or anything. It's tough to like sell any character goods or sell anything for it, which is why a lot of fan-based comics eventually turn over to do original creative artwork. Wolves are so fast. Well, we made it to the entrance of the cave, but we didn't get level 5 yet. And I kind of feel like we are going to have a really rough time with wizards as is. We need 11 experience points. We can get 11. There we go. That is the party to get it against. It's Dan. It's Dan's turn to shine. Dan will save the day here. Maybe not. As good as that would be, I don't think I want to take the death on that one. Like I've got a Phoenix down to fix it, but that would mean the white mage still would be missing out on level 5. Let's try that again. This is how slow resets are. This is why I do no reset runs and single segment runs when I'm doing PSP normally. Dan was a hero. Dan was almost not at fault there. The rest of the team, they had some problems though. This actually might be 11 experience. 3 Grimps. This is part of the Grimp and Werewolf encounter. We got no werewolves, which is nice. And we got our levels. Oh, I think the strong level also went on Makoto again. Yep, Makoto's got a pretty hefty lead when it comes to HP. I think Makoto's getting promoted to party leader. Alright, so I don't need the broadsword. I will still pick up the cottage and the phoenix down, though. Those are pretty useful. Cottage I could sell for 1,000 gold, which lets me buy a lot of things. Now the phoenix down, well, there's probably going to be some deaths. I love taking the top route there. I never get to take top route on NES because it's actually 1 square longer. It doesn't take advantage of the safe square in front of the doorway. But on PSP and other remakes where it doesn't matter, there's actually a couple of different route variations you can do for running. Here we go. We got our items. I think we got this. Question is, how many tries will it take? Ideally, we're going to have either amazing turn order or very small numbers of wizards. Alright, 4 wizards. That's not amazing. Okay, Cuckoo's down. Shirko's down. Dan's got him. Alright, we got him. Wizard's down. A lot of levels for Dan and Makoto there. And there we go. 1 crown obtained. So that's how you get the crown without like 4 hours of grinding with 4 white mages. Hello, bat. Remarkably well-behaved bats here so far in Marsh Cave. They're giving us very good amounts of personal space, which I distinctly enjoy. Shadows. They're not worth fighting. Even though we have the ultimate anti-shadow team. Just don't even bother. Double Ogre Ambush. What a play. I'm gonna try up the left-hand side. I know that Double Drop recommended this. I don't really see a difference between terrain types for the encounter rate, but I know that since they do have a lot of PSP experience on some of those guys, that I will trust that it is better to go on the plains tiles rather than on the forest tiles. What is my favorite challenge to do? I mean, 4-Way Mages is not that bad. Like, I would say it is pretty enjoyable overall, and it does show off a lot of things that you don't ordinarily see. And it's also, like, really iconic, so definitely it's got to be near the top of the list. 4 Thieves. 4 Thieves is not the challenge I would say is the most fun. It may be the biggest challenge that I do. But fun is a totally different story. Alright, I think it's time to put Dan into slot 2. He does have a little bit of an HP lead here thanks to those extra levels. I think for the remakes that the all bonus dungeons challenges are really fun. Like, you get to do a whole bunch of extra content, and those are a pretty good one. I would probably put them behind 4-White Mages, just because there is a lot of floors to get through that are not that fun, but it's another really good one. Alright, nobody die, please. Definitely not Shurko. Shurko's dead. Well, we did get the silence in there. That's pretty big. We're going to start stacking the protects, although Shurko is going to be a little bit of an inconvenient spot, being at 1 HP right now. We'll see if we can fix it. Okay, so we've got 2, 2, 0, and 1 protects up right now. I think we want to keep doing self-protecting. Ooh, alright, so this will be 2, 2, or 3, 3, 1, 1. It'll be 3, 3, 3, 2 now. 3 is not enough for Astos. He does do way too much damage with just his physical. So we're going to start more rounds of buffing until we can buff no harder. Yeah, we probably need to get maybe 5 total protects in. It's looking like either 5 or 6 is what I want for this battle here. There's 4, 4, 4, 3. Yeah, that's really good. That's 5, 5, 5, 4. This will be round 6 on everybody except for Shurko. So we're good on regular hits. Criticals are why I'm doing the 2 extra protects, because those will still hurt a lot. This will be 6 on everybody. Alright, let's throw some fangs. We have 4 fangs. That'll do a pretty good amount of Astos' HP right here. I don't see a reason to hold these for any other monster. Once you get past Astos, the game opens up quite a lot more. Ooh, that is good damage. We got some smart white mages here. I may have just gone for offense if I'd known that it was going to roll that good. Look at that. Wow. Usually I'm doing like 120s with those fangs. Alright. Astos down. 50 minutes in. Slightly faster than 4 white mages on NES. $9977. So we still can't get Diara on our other 2 white mages. How far away are they for those levels? 122. That's actually not too bad. Yeah, if I run into like an Ogre-Groger fight, that'd be a great one to use the fangs on. Actually, there you go. Attack, 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 attack. Cobra, aka Asp, should be relatively doable with our hammers. Is this multi-night run? No, this should be a single night run. I'm thinking this will be less than 6 hours. I guess we can do this one as well. We can do an Asp in 1 round. We can't do an Asp in 1 round. Alright, 60 experience. So as I get closer here, I want to stop while I'm in this zone. That one's probably not a good one to do. Okay, we'll just pick up the final fight here before going into Elfland. We get another one that's not great, but you know what? If we just fang it, then this should be enough experience for the level. There we go. So now we got level 8 on everybody. Maybe I should have saved the fang for a wizard battle. Help me out a little bit in Earth Cave if we ever run into those guys. I think they'll use my friend Instant Save to do similar types of benefits. Ooh, only 3,600 right now, so we can't get DR quite yet. That's okay, though. I'll just remember that we still are owed that. So 4,000 gold. Do I want to get anything while I'm here? I probably don't need to pick anything up quite yet. We'll just do the rest of the Mystic Key quest, and when we come back, we'll have plenty, because we'll have a whole bunch of items that we are collecting from Coneria, and from Dwarf Cave, from Elfland here. Maybe we'll even get the junk out of Temple of Fiends. That's like another 7,000 bucks. We don't have any potions. I used up the 4 potions that we got from the 15 puzzle. I am, though, planning to still stock potions, because it's helpful to have, in the early game, healing that does not drain my white mage's MP. Once you're at Crescent Lake, though, because you can get ethers, then you just want to spam those, and those are way more efficient than a stack of potions or high potions. I think I got 1 potion drop. But I think that was also already used up in the earlier one. I might still have it somewhere, but it's only 50 gil. Such a beautiful rug. I want that rug. It looks cozy. Looks very warm on the floor. Which, her floor is surprisingly nice for a cave. I think she's got some kind of tile. There we go, 1 herb obtained. That'll be useful for progressing along the Mystic Key quest here. You should totally get that rug too, Evan. If you find it for sale, let me know where it is. Unless it's sold in Melmond, in which case I don't want it. I do not want any Melmondian rugs in my house. And all the way back to Elfland again. Hey, Tadabah, welcome in. This game does look really good. Like, this particular remake is very well done for the graphical and musical overhauls. Each time they did a remake, they made some improvements, and for PSP, I don't think they were really constrained anymore for like colors on the screen or the quality of the musical output. So they did a really high quality one. There we go, 1 Mystic Key obtained. And you know what? I think we should keep the Mithril Hammer. Could be handy. Be a slight upgrade for Dan's attack power. Actually, I don't think there's any reason to have the Mithril Hammer, but Dan wants it. He covets it. Backlogathon. Thank you much for the host there, and welcome everybody to some Final Fantasy. We're doing 4 White Mage Challenge tonight on PSP, which is an interesting variant for it, because you can get very early on some tools that help you beat the Wizards and Astos, which we have already done. And so now we're into our Mystic Key quest. On NES, you're spending a good couple of hours grinding before you can take on those bosses, and as a result, the early game is really slow. There we go, 1 eye down. I want to knock the eyes out because of the paralysis chance they have. Randance Run, thank you much for the resubscription there. Glad to see that you're continuing to enjoy the show, and I hope that you're enjoying tonight's run as well. Are there any changes to the save scores compared to NES? Yes. Basically, all the save scores are gone. So as long as the save square pattern does not take extra steps, I'll still follow along with it. But for the most part, it's not giving me any benefit to do it. You also have no benefit for getting in and out of canoes or getting in and out of boats. You're going to have your very first square be an encounter. Ooh, cottage there. That's the Iron Staff in NES. Cottage is actually a pretty nice one. 1,000 gold for that, which I should now immediately sell. Go ahead and do some inventory management. So there's 1 hammer down. Get rid of that knife. Probably not going to need any iron armor or sabers. Or bronze gloves for that matter. Yeah, we should sell the cottages and raise some extra cash here. And that'll let me buy That's probably enough Phoenix Downs for a while. Enough antidotes for a while. And don't spend below 4,000, except I've got a whole bunch of cash still to come in Dwarf Cave. I'll buy potions when we get back to Elfland. How do I manage my audio mixing? So I use a technique called auto ducking, which is basically I have a compressor set up which is going to shrink the size of the game sound whenever I'm talking on my microphone. And that lets me get some really good balance between the vocal speech and the game music. I also make sure I compress the game audio a bit to get more even sound quality. Some systems like the PSP and GBA have really big dynamic range, which is great when you're listening to it on your TV. But when you're on a stream and you have all these other things that are overlaid on top, and you might not be listening with the best quality speakers, like people on the laptops and things, then it's nice having a little bit more of a controlled sound to it. Yeah, docks and lava and ice are still safe squares, but basically all other safe squares are gone. We'll run. I think we could take zombies on. We do have some Dias, but not really worth it. Oh, that hurts so much. Just need to get a run out of this. There we go. So picking up the Rune Sword and Wear Sword here. Both of these are guarded by gargoyles, who are fairly damaging monsters thanks to their large number of attacks per round. But those swords are worth a lot of cash. The run failure. I mean, that will pay for a Phoenix down by getting the sword. Alright, Epic Name Bro. We will wait for you. We'll be right here in Temple of Fiends when you get back. Aside from the forced gargoyle fight, the rest of the fights in here are not bad. I generally don't have to worry too much about the individual encounters. And we do have plenty of healing magic. Alright, we'll keep going. I would have been willing to wait, but no. If you're okay with it, we'll keep going. About what else I need besides Cura and Diara when we get back to Elfland. I guess a couple of tents to have plenty of NP. We're going to do a big mummy grind to get ready for Earth Cave and later parts of the game. There's the Rune Sword and the Werebuster. So those are out of the way. 10 Phoenix Downs. That should be good for a while. I probably should just get 98 potions and not worry about them. Now I know we will not be running low. I bought 98 rather than 99 because there is one potion sitting in Dwarf Cave. And I always feel bad when I max out on 99 and then I can't open up the treasure chest. Relatively even HP growth on everybody except for Makoto. Dan, I think, actually is behind, because I want to say Dan has an extra level, but the worst HP of the 4. Classic Dan move. Dan was doing so good at the beginning. Just setting us all up for disappointment. Hello, dwarf. I'd like to leave. Nope. I guess I can't leave. This is why you should always have extra attack spells to be able to murder dwarves. Where is he going? Just go up. Your other up. Not that up. There he goes. No. All right, well, if anybody's wondered why I hate dwarves, this is it. He's only got one tile. This is not even like a bad bat where they've got an entire hallway. One tile. This guy. We're just going to give him the stare. We're going to look him directly in the eye and then hit him on the head with a hammer. I have no words for this dwarf. We'll be patient. And we're going to write down each one of these movements. Look away. Make sure he does not see us. Oh, he saw us. No. So how's everybody's night going? I just wanted to steal your money. I don't know why you're making it so personal, dwarf. There he goes. We've escaped. We've escaped from Dwarf Cave. I'm blowing up all of these dwarves. Not all at once. We're going to do this one by one. We're going to dynamite each dwarf in turn. Make sure he understands why they need to die. There goes all the dwarven families. We pack them all in the tunnel at the end there. This brave lone dwarf helping us out. Celebrating their deaths. He's really, really mean. Do I have any runs where I do the bonus content as well? I did do an all bonus dungeons challenge for GBA. For PSP, it's tougher to do that, since Labyrinth of Time is a dungeon that needs a lot of levels, and it's also really long by itself. So it's probably like, on PSP, like 10 hours to do all bonus dungeons, or it's only like 7.5 on GBA. There we go, we made it out. Somehow. So we do have 2 items I can sell. We've got the Worm Killer and Silver Mail, both of which are really good for red mages, but completely useless for white mages here. And I'm thinking about snagging a silver bracelet or 2 at Melmond to reduce the damage that my front 2 characters take from the mummies. I could also sell the cottage that we picked up, which is another 1,000 gold. Let's see exactly how much I need to work with here. I've got 4 DRs left to buy, which is 4,000 by itself. So I can't spend all of my cash here, but I can spend a chunk of it. So that can go. That can go. That can go. That can go. Ooh, that's probably enough to get... I can get 2. Yeah, I probably have to stop at that. But it's better than nothing. So we got 2 white mages that have silver armlets, which is 15 absorb. That's really good. Basically the same as chainmail that the fighter and red mage get at the very beginning. Let's go down and pick on some mummies here. So I'm doing a mummy grind for hit points. I would like to have around 200, 250 to reasonably get through Earth Cave without having to panic in every single battle. It'll also raise a lot of cash. I need to buy some gold needles, 2 more silver armlets, and a big stack of tents and antidotes and things, just like all the miscellaneous supplies. One step away. We were close. Someday we'll be able to take on ogres, and by then they'll be completely worthless. Okay, so first up, we're going to go ahead and get DR for everybody. And remaining cash, I definitely want to get a couple tents. I don't know if I need anything else right away. Most other things I'll be able to buy after the mummy grind is complete. Yeah, so we'll get that stack. I guess the rest of it we can do on antidotes and head on out. Can only take on ogres with Mazmune. I think we can maybe take on ogres with Thor's Hammer if we do class change. It would be fun though to do a no class change run so that we just have white mages at the end. If you're gonna do a 4 white mage party, you might as well go all the way on it. We got DRs and everybody. DR will not one-shot the mummies in most circumstances. We'll find out if we have ridiculously superpowered white mages. I know that their intelligence stats seemed really good when we were doing the fangs. But that might have just because fangs are earlier in the game, and we probably have not gotten another multiplier since then. That'll sell, that'll sell. Or we could also put that on Dan. Ooh, actually that's worse. I'm surprised. I thought that power staff did do more damage than the mithril hammer. So we have to give it to Cuckoo instead. And let us begin our mummies. Unlike most mummy grinds where I have to do kind of alternating between characters, since everybody's got the same spells, just go to town with DRs every round. And basically we are in great shape as long as we don't get really bad turn order or an ambush. We only need 2 white mages to cast Diara, so sleeps are not that big of a deal. Other than making it somewhat unbalanced about how many MP everybody has. Another 5-pack. 2, 3, 4, or 5 mummies, equal odds. The percentage chances of monsters, they basically kept the same formula as NES. But for a few formations, they flip the orders at which monsters are populated. And that, unfortunately breaks a couple of really good grinds. Like, you can't do the waterfall trap tile anymore, because that one is almost always going to be birds rather than mummies. But there's only a couple of rare exceptions like that where it really impacts what monsters that you see. It might also impact the ice cave trap tile, although I think they actually toned that one down intentionally. I want to say that you get, on average, fewer monsters in the remakes than you did on the original. That's right, keep these mummies coming. Shurker, the only one not over 150 hit points now. Defending with Kuko, so everybody else has got a chance to kind of catch up on their MP growth. I might do Dia with Makoto and Cuckoo, and then Dan and Shurko do Diara. So now you have one on Shurko as well. Alright. Cuckoo and taking a nap there, so we are going to just have Dan and Shurko take him down. That's fine, everything's fine. Luckily, white mages do have a lot of HP. They don't have a lot of defense, but their HP is really good in this version of the game. So Cuckoo's got one more Dia. Shurko's got one more Diara. Basically means after this we should just go ahead and tent up. Get ready for a second pass of these. We're not too far off in terms of total HP. So I think we only need like another level or 2. One more strong level up on everybody would be good. In fact, a lot of my Red Mage playthroughs, I'll go to 13. Because that lets me get Null Frost on the lone White Mage in that particular route. So we're only level 12 now. I don't feel bad about doing more mummies here. You miss out on so much regular experience because you're just running from everything. thanks to basically having no way of dealing with monsters. Ambush. That wasn't too bad. Okay, I think Cuckoo's still on DF from last time. I need to remember that the next time the Cuckoo gets a turn. Memory Cursor is very powerful, but sometimes tough to work with, because you have to remember across many different battles, or in the case of some other places in the game, like, it'll have separate memory cursors for every different way that you get into the menu. So like one memory cursor for your overworld menu, and one memory cursor for your battle menu, and one memory cursor for your item menu. And it might be like 2 hours between the time that you use some of those cursors on some of those characters. So it's really tough to remember exactly what state that they're currently in. Actually, I think Cuckoo's still in Dia. I just explained it. And then failed to actually do the swap. It's okay though, as long as that Dia is paired up with a Diara, you do enough damage. Good, looks like we're taking over into level 13 now. What happens if the spell is removed before the next battle? So if you discard a spell or you change your items around, it'll keep the position that the cursor is on, even if it is now located somewhere else for that same ability. So you just have to remember where physically it's going to be located, rather than the ability that was last used. In the remix, you can actually remove spells. It's somewhat nice, although very infrequently needed. It lets you try out spells. I don't have any routes which rely on juggling spells, like actually using more than 3 spells per level. But like tonight, I threw away some protects just so that I would have my characters have the same order for all of their first tier menus. 5 thieves with a Bane Sword. That would be a challenge. Biggest challenge is figuring out how you start the game with 5 thieves. Dan's Dia is really good. Dan must have gotten an intelligence multiplier. Dan might be able to one-shot moves with DR with that. The 5th thief is the person that's rowing the canoe. Gives them something to do. Every once in a while, we'll swap them in and out and let them actually get into some encounters. About done with our mummy grind here and ready to go on to Earth Cave. Still looking for a strong level up on Shurko and Dan. Like, ideally, you've got over that 200 HP mark so that you can survive a decent amount of attacks there. Dan goes over 200. Still waiting on Shurko, though. I think Shurko is slightly behind on levels due to an earlier death on the Wizards. Yeah, Shurko's still 13 here, so has a guaranteed strong level up coming up at 14. There's a lot of reasons to be disappointed in Dan. Just have to make a list to make sure that you don't forget them all. There we go. That should be Shurko's level up. So 14 on Shurko now. Yep. Didn't quite break 200. We'll go until we run out of MP, and then we will move on after that. This is a lot more efficient than trying to pick up monsters along the way. So I don't really want to take battles once we leave here for a long time. Like, the only thing that you're going to be fighting is undead. And so you've got same mummy pack in Earth Cave, which is not really helpful. You've got the vampire, which you can only do once. And then after that, it's just onto ordeals. And hopefully you get like zombies or maybe the random wandering zombie. I actually think Zombie D is a fairly tough one to grind on, given that your Diaras are not quite enough to take him out in like one round. We might have Diaga by then, but unlikely unless we spend a really long time in Earth Cave. Alright, here we go. Last mummy coming up. Or at least close to the last mummy. Yeah, we'll call this the last one. These mummies disrespecting Dan. This is intolerable. We will not stand for this. And there we go. So mummy's out of the way. We got some decent levels from that process. So now we're around 15 on everybody. And we'll go ahead and start checking out Earth Cave next. I do want to buy 2 silver armlets and a bunch of stuff in Elfland. So even though it seems like we got a ton of money from that, like almost 30,000 gold from that trip up to Astus' castle to fight those mummies, a lot of that's going to go away really fast. Actually, I should check one thing, which is our spellcasting level, still level 4 right now. I'm kind of actually tempted to get Diaga. That would make things really faster here. Let me check that really fast. What level does a white mage need for Diaga? Oh, 19? Never mind. We're not doing 19. I was thinking if it was maybe level 16. Go ahead and grab the level before leaving. But I don't really feel like grinding out 4 more levels in mummies before doing Earth Cave. Plain old Diaras should be enough. We should also get Kira while I'm here. Don't want to forget that one. I mean, in theory, you could actually pass this up, but there are a few fights where it's nice to be able to heal in battle. So go ahead and just pick that up. Heal I never find really useful. If you're going to spam something, just spam Kira and go through the stacks of everybody's health that way. Alright, so all of this fighter gear can go. Hammer can go. Clothes can go. Got those silver armlets. And restock our potions. Couple gold needles. Couple tents. Antidotes are good. I've got blue curtains, right? 3 blue curtains. Actually, no, I've got a red curtain as well. Yeah, there we go. We got 1 each of all the curtains, which means I can do the buffs during the Lich battle if I need to. Looks like we're doing, with Diara, probably about 350 damage a round. So a couple of rounds to kill Lich. It'd be nice to get a white curtain up for Null Frost. And then if we can kill Lich before he gets to Thundara and Fyra, that would be a little bit more efficient than doing the other curtains and healing up along the way. But we'll see how Lich goes when we get to him. Okay, 2 more silver armlets here. That'll complete our set. There is 1 silver armlet that gotten for free that I am passing up, and that is the one in Marsh Cave, and nobody wants to go back there. So we're just going to let that one sit there, and we'll buy as many silver armlets as we need to from Melmond. Melmond is the best mod. I think there's some better mods out there. I think Melmond does not even make the top 10 mods. What is the Whirlpool? That is one of the bonus dungeons. That is the bonus dungeon that opens up after you beat Kraken. And basically each of the 4 fiends has a linked dungeon. So Lich's is over by Temple of Fiends. It's 5 floors, it's pretty short. It's got a bunch of bosses from Final Fantasy 3, which is a nice introductory starter for it. And then Carrie's dungeon is in the Cardia Islands. It's 10 floors long, Final Fantasy 4 bosses. Kraken's, which is the whirlpool you saw there, 20 floors, and it's got the hardest bosses at the end. So even though it's not the longest dungeon, it definitely has the hardest optional boss fights in it. And finally, Tiamat's, 40 floors, which is going to be a really big slog. We actually did that a couple of days ago. And Final Fantasy 6 bosses. Evan, thank you much for your contribution to the Melmond Relief Fund. It's probably futile, but it's still appreciated. We'll never make Melmond better. So I did grab the Coral Sun on the way down. That's a couple $1,000 to sell. Ooh, that's a lot of images. Well, they're not doing a ton of damage because we do have silver bracelets, and they're about to understand the power of Diara here. Why does everybody have to pick on poor Dan? I'm sure Dan hasn't done too much to deserve it. I'm using potions a lot to basically preserve my MP total. You do use a bunch of MP for undead encounters, and I've only got a couple of ethers, I could buy more at Provoca, but that's pretty far out of the way. The next chance to get ethers is actually Crescent Lake. For some reason, they don't sell them in Elfland. Just like, for some reason, they don't sell gold needles at Crescent Lake. I kind of wish they were a little bit more consistent with what their shop menus were like. Hey, look at that vampire. About an hour and a half. That's actually not a bad time overall for a an NES playthrough. Alright, solid hit. Still picking on Dan, though. Who's got the best tiara? Definitely not Makoto. Dan 99, that's close. Dan's in second place right now. And Cuckoo rolls 54. Alright, Shurko is our DR champion. I really wish you could fight a lot of vampires here. That would be a great grind overall. Just like blast away at vampires all day long. They give you so much experience in gold. I should totally save. Because of wizards, I have no way of beating wizards if we run into them. They could appear anywhere on the 3rd or 4th floors here. Does this run include an Agama grind? It does not. I think Agamas would be way too tough for white mages to grind on. Even the eye is pretty difficult to deal with. The grind I'm going to start with is Zombies when we're in Ordeals. And I'm hoping to get a good enough party that I can do eyes after that. Problem with the Ordeals is that most of the off-tile encounters are really awful. So you don't have a really safe path through there, but at least Zombies with Diarra go down pretty fast. Will we do class change? I'm thinking about not doing class change. That would remain pure to our white mage roots. But even if I don't do class change, I still want to do Ordeals to get the items in there. We have basically everything we might want out of Earth Cave already. I pick up the treasure chest on the vampire floor in the first trip because there's no step count here. You're not worried about getting a certain number of encounters in each time through. And so once we pick up our rod, we just go right down to Lich at the end. That tiger looks unpleasant. Not as bad as I thought. That's better. Tigers are a really ferocious enemy on NES. I think they did slightly nerf them in the remakes. I don't think they do anywhere near the same amount of damage. There we go. Is there any reason I would want to grab the items in the Titan's Tunnel? I don't think my cast situation really needs it. The white mages are fairly cheap to outfit until you start getting to the second half of the game and then to buy a whole bunch of spells. But like they've got no equipment to buy. After you buy those hammers at the start, they're really done for a long time. Silver armlet's the only thing in the mid game to get. Not even white mages can cure the Titan's ruby addiction. It's progressing far beyond what anybody can handle at this point. I was hoping tonight would be the night that we would finally cure him. At least rendering undead monsters fairly easy to deal with. We got a strategy for them. There we go, 1 rod obtained. We are expert vampire hunters. Not so much fiend hunters. So hopefully the Lich fight will go equally smoothly. I was kind of hoping we'd do like 350, 400 damage per round, but based on vampire, we're only going to be doing about 300 on Lich. So I think doing the blue and red curtain is probably a good idea. The white curtain you definitely want to protect against the opening Blizzara. And so I just want to make sure that that lands in the start of the round. Ooh, 3 ogres. What formation is that? Oh, that's the 1 to 4 ogre plus 0 to 2 hyena formation. That does happen by Stardust Cave as well as by Melmond. Uh-oh. Hey, Baberglaw, welcome in. Fort Mages is actually pretty fun. I like this run a lot. Maybe not this particular encounter in the run, but the run itself is nice. This is actually the first time that we're doing 4 white mages on PSP. Previously, I've done it on GBA and NES. This one's going to be very similar to the GBA route overall, so I've got a fairly good idea what I'm in for. Any plans for a solo white mage? I'm trying to think if there's any version where solo runs are particularly fun. The problem with a lot of solo runs is that you have very high randomness for a lot of points in the game. So you end up doing mostly just resetting until you get exactly the right RNG for a particular outcome. And that can be sometimes amusing. We did that for getting the 4th Thief playthrough to get past Astos and Lich. But it happens a lot more often for solo runs, just like regular random encounters. You got a ton of RNG to be able to escape and to be able to keep going. So I think those are not as good of a show. What are the differences between GBA and PSP? They're very similar. PSP does have an exclusive glitch that's only in that version that basically completely breaks the game, which is why I do mark these as all glitchless playthroughs. I will do equipment glitch runs at some point in the future, probably later this month, because I do want to do that version for the Final Fantasy Marathon Challenge that I'm doing. The neat thing about the glitch run is it cuts at least an hour off the game. So in terms of a run length, it's actually really nice. Like I could pair it up with some of the other versions and do like 2 runs in the same stream. Good. So far, still no wizards. Wizard's really the only thing I have to reset for. Yeah, okay. Should have mentioned it. Should have just kept quiet. So the problem with wizards is basically you have no way of damaging them. And that makes for a really long battle. You have to hammer them like 6 HP at a time. I do have one mithril hammer, which is not all that impressive. Okay, these guys we know what to deal with. This is the Spectergeist battle, and it's not all that difficult with 4 white mages. What makes it so hard with most other parties is that you usually only have 1 or 2 casters that can do AoE damage. And so if those specific characters get paralyzed, then you're just destined for stun lock at that point. Where are the bats? Okay, that's good. You can still get past them. As long as he's not blocking the little hallway, he's fine. And they did not change the blocking ability in the remakes. So you still have a problem with bats getting in front of the doorways for either Lich or Vampire's room. They took a couple bats out. So like in the northern part of floor 3. There used to be 3 bats in this really tight corridor, so they would always bunch up and cause problems. But now there's only 2 bats, and that difference is so big. Even though it's a 1 tile wide corridor for the turn, and 2 tiles wide for the main stretch, 2 bats are like almost never going to block it. They'd have to be in like really, really ideal configurations. Whereas 3 bats are like almost impossible to arrange in good ways. Are all wizard formations specifically marked as unrunnable? Yes. There is 2 formations with wizards in the game. There is 2 to 4 wizards, which is used in Marsh Cave, Earth Cave. I guess those 2 places, Marsh Cave and Earth Cave. And then there is a 4 to 7 wizard formation, which is used in Ice Cave. And both of those are marked as unrunnable. Hey, Code, welcome in. Ooh, cockatrices. These guys are really bad because they're actually really tough to run from. Just got to hope for good luck here. There we go, 3rd try. Oh, so close. We get down to the 5th floor, I feel a lot better about how the rest of the dungeon goes. They did not change any unrunnability flags, so a lot of the decisions that were made for NES, whether it was because it was an intentional design choice or because it was just an accident, they kept a lot of those preserved for the remakes. And I think they did a good job about sticking kind of true to the original source material. The things that they changed are primarily going to be bug fixes, and where they actually made non-bug fix corrections, they're actually kind of noticeable. Like, every time they made a slight geometry change. Like, it definitely is something that kind of sticks out to me. Alright, here we go, Lich time. We're going to start off with a blue curtain. After that, we do have a little bit of time to get some other things out of the way. Actually, not blue curtain, white curtain, there we go. White curtain is Null Frost. Not in time. Let's try that again. I would like to have the white curtain go first, and that will dramatically reduce the damage. It'll take it down to about 85 instead of 170. Like, even though nobody died there, it would be like 2 rounds just stabilizing that fight. And that would give him plenty of time to get towards Thundar and Fyra soon afterwards. Speed is a little bit elusive. There is not that much difference between the characters. So I'm actually going on things like who's got the better intelligence score, and I don't want them using the curtain. Here we go. That's a little bit better. Okay, now let's do a couple of curas here. We got a red curtain out. A blue curtain there. Actually, no. Yeah, you should do cure as well, and you're gonna blue curtain. Basically trying to make some guesses about what the right turn order is going to be like. So now we got all of fire, ice, and lightning being blocked. Or I guess not blocked, but reduced. And we can get back to our DRs. If we had Diaga, I would go more of an offensive approach. But I actually took the time to look it up, and it's level 19 for Diaga, which we are like level 15 right now. So it would be a while before we'd be able to cast it. Dan does not take a nap. Dan was very well rested last night. NES has the same mechanic. It doesn't have the items that you can use, but it had A Fire, A Lit, and A Ice, which does work correctly to give you elemental resistances. It also has A Rub, which in addition to instant death resistance, also gives you resistance to earth attacks, which is a hidden side effect that is kind of obscure, but really helpful to know about for the Chaos fight, because A Rub will protect against Earthquake. And it's got Wall, which is all resist, and basically the same as a ribbon. Paralysis are not good because you just lose turns, but we're still in pretty good shape here. There we go. One Lich down. Are there bugs with A-Rub? There's no bugs with protection spells when you use them. But the monsters do not correctly work with protection spells. The only one that would make a difference is Whizvamp casting A-Fire, which basically does nothing. It misses himself, and then it also, for people it lands on, does not actually correctly update their stats. Talked about those bonus dungeons earlier. This is the first of the 4. So initially the dungeons are blocked by statues of the 4 fiends, and then once you beat the fiend, the statue disappears and lets you in. That's the one back at Temple of Fiends. So if you look closely and you saw an extra cavern going up to Temple of Fiends, that's what the dungeon was for. All right, 2 hours. And we're already going to be done with Lich. That's like the first really big chunk of the game. And luckily we do have some more undead monsters, which our white mages are very good at dealing with in the near future. So Ordeals and Ice Cave have a very strong undead flavor to them. Do crits ignore resistances? The resist is just a adjustment to your final roll for the damage, so it'll Basically cut it in half if you're resisting, and then multiply it by 1.5 if you are weak to it. So those do not interact with critical hits in any way. Unlike status elements, where resistance is potentially bypassable, for damage, it's just a straight adjustment at the very end, and it doesn't care whether you crit or not. Looks like we're still not going to have Diaga here. It would be really nice, Diaga, to get more damage on those zombies. Might even be worthwhile doing a return trip to Ordeals after we have Diaga in order to be able to grind on them faster. The quadruple P, not a good formation for this party. See how much damage that we take, and they're somewhat difficult to run from. There we go. That wasn't too bad. Crescent Lake. What do we want to actually purchase here? We can get Mithril Hammers if we want, but I don't really think it's worth the time. We'll definitely want a bunch of Ethers. Those are incredibly important. Phoenix Downs we're actually doing good on, but I'm going to buy just a couple more. And Tents we're still doing good on. Let's go crazy with Ethers. Restock on potions as well. I probably didn't need to restock on potions now that I've got Ethers. I should just Ether up and not worry about it. Okay, you guys cannot use bucklers. That's what I thought. Yeah, I don't think Mithril Hammer is gonna help me at all, really. There we go. One canoe obtained. Canoe, we can get access to 3 additional dungeons. And it's going to be a while before I do Gurgir Volcano. The fight with Carrie with this party is pretty tough. You know, you don't really have any helpful stuff that you can use on her. But instead, what I want to do is grab a lot of the items. They'll let me do unlimited spellcast, things like the Zeus Gauntlet, the Thor Hammer, the Mage Staff. And those are scattered across a couple different dungeons. So that'll be my next big priority, is just to go collect all of those. Goodbye, big eye. We do not want to fight with those guys, just because the Chase of Paralysis is just too annoying. They do nothing besides cast their Paralyzed ability. So that is actually a much tougher fight than most other aquatic creatures for the remakes. Especially whenever you got a battle which is tough to run from. Slide around here. We do not want to get into the canoe, because there is no guarantee that the first step will be safe. On NES, getting in and out of vehicles is always safe. But here, every single one could be a battle, and they're pretty tough. Like these Sorias, which are the slightly moldy Agamas that have been sitting out in the sun too long. Those are probably the best things, and even they have the annoying ability to turn you to stone. Soria, Medusa, and Gerbedusa on NES actually all have the same battle AI, which I think caused some havoc for randomizer, because if you put a spell onto one of them, all 3 of them are going to have it. There's actually no way to separate out what their actions are going to be. It's a really weird system that they did for that. Very few other monsters share scripts like that. In fact, trying to think about any others that share scripts that are at all interesting. I can't think of any besides those three. That was almost a really good ordeals. What do we get? Not so good. We need to run here. We don't have a way of killing these things until we have Thundara. Basically, every regular enemy is just like run away as fast as you can, except for undead. Undead are always good. Actually, no, let me just get up to the nightmares. The nightmare fight's going to be tough on this version. On GBA, what I'll do is save scum on it and just reset immediately in the battle until I get a preemptive, and then I can get a guaranteed run. But here, because it takes so long to reset, I think it's better to try to just do regular runs, and hopefully we don't get too many deaths. There we go. That's actually not too bad. We do not need the heal staff. In the remakes, if you want the heal staff, see this little corner here? That corner does not exist on NES. So you can actually grab the heal staff and then slip through the corner rather than touch the trap tile with the nightmares again. And since they changed that, it becomes way tougher to justify that. The heal staff, it's like already a very marginal item on NES, and definitely in the remakes, I can't really think of a good use for it. Alright. Well, luckily we got the gauntlets now. So we can try to pick off the gargoyles with lightning. The problem though is after they cast these Fire 1 spells, they start doing paralysis. So there's somewhat of a limited time that I have to get this to work before they get annoying. There's one down. That's right, just keep paralyzing Makoto over and over. There we go. Missing out on some experience, but I think that's okay. I'm going to do the Rat's Tail. Even if we decide not to do class change, I won't have to come back for it. Let's begin. A little bit of a zombie grind. I don't want to spend too long on this, but I do want to get some levels before going into Ice Cave. Has anyone done a solo White Mage run? Yes. So all 6 character classes have been done solo. Both by different people, as well as Jay Cooper has personally done all 6 solo on NES. And he streamed the playthroughs for those. It's a while back, so I don't know if he's got the videos anymore. But he did 1 by 1 through each character class. I've only done the easy ones. I've done Fighter and Red Mage. And I would not do a solo Thief. Like, that's just awful. It's so bad to get the levels that you need to be able to fight Astos. It takes forever. Maybe from these Zamides, we'll get a lucky Mega Elixir drop. Get an extra bonus. I actually do have a Mega Elixir from the 15 puzzle, so I don't have to get one. But it's nice having a second Mega Elixir. I could also get the regular Elixir from Phantom's Room and probably be just fine with that. I think if you get past Astos with a Solo Thief, the game opens up, well, if you get past the Lich with a Solo Thief, the game opens up quite a lot. Like before doing Kraken 1, you should have a Lit 2 source, which is going to do 100 damage per round. You should have the white shirt. And that'll let you get a whole bunch of evasion on him. And at that point, really it's just a matter of not getting killed before getting a couple of evades up. And then, you ruse a few times. I guess you could get the defense sword as well from Waterfall. Defense sword and, like, Zeus Gauntlet will take Kraken down pretty fast. Got our first couple levels from Zabides, so we got 2 levels so far. 19 is what lets me get 3rd tier spells. So Diaga and Healer are probably what I want to pick up there. And Kiraga as well, although that one's not used in battle except for a very small number of bosses. If it wasn't for the off-tile encounters, this would probably be a fairly good grind. It's not as fast or as economical as the eye grind. Here, using all these DRS spells means that I'm eventually going to chew through a bunch of ethers, giving me kind of a limited lifespan of time I can spend here. And for the eye fight, assuming that you've got some way of doing damage to him, you're rarely taking damage in return. Oh man, what a rude hit. DOS is short for Donna Souls, which is the name of the GBA version. So after the originals, Donna Souls was the one that added the 4 bonus dungeons and also started putting items into the game for the first time. PSP, this is the 20th anniversary edition, which is the one that added Labyrinth of Time, and then it's also the one with the really big glitch, and those are just ways of distinguishing the different versions across from each other. Everybody except for Dan starting to look good on HP. 300 to 350 is where I kind of want to be for this next stretch of the game. That, and I also want a lot of cash to be able to afford some gold bracelets. Although 19 probably is a good stopping point because this is when I can get Diaga. And that'd be a more efficient grind once I have the additional damage. It probably is only going to be 2 casts to kill zombies with Diaga. And so slightly faster for the rounds 3 here instead of 3. Okay, I think 1 more should do it. There we go. Level 20 on everybody. Even better. We may be back. I don't have any emergency exits, so without being able to get 6-tier spells, I cannot take the shortcut out of Waterfall, which is somewhat of an annoyance. Have Dan use the gauntlets. Makes Dan feel powerful and in charge to be able to use the gauntlets. Is there anything I might need from Elfland? I don't think there is, but I want to go to Melmond, pick up my spells there, and I can actually take the western route around, which I don't normally do, to get to Ice Cave. Now that we're level 20, we're starting to get some decent agility, able to get away from a lot of the aquatic creatures that kind of plagued us in the early part of the game. Let us do some shopping. So 39,000, not enough to get all my spells. So let's start with Diaga. That's the most critical right here. I guess I'll do Hilara next. Actually, let me do Kiraga. And only 1 person needs Hilara right now. Which we'll give to our back white mage. Works out perfectly for cash. So basically what I'm doing is setting up for 1 person to Hilara to recover HP. And we'll eventually get everybody all the spells. I want to make sure that we have a very consistent set of selections, just so that if I ever rotate characters around, it doesn't cause any problems about who does what in a round. What was that canoeing? No encounters. Beautiful. A wonderful canoe section right there. Alright, so we can actually give Makoto Ruby Armlet. Gonna move our gauntlet to the top. That's gonna be used all the time. Potions are a pretty common one as well. And those up. Basically everything down here can be sold now. Yeah, we're looking good. So I want to get through Ice Cave here. Try to blitz Waterfall. The top half is Sea Shrine. And Mirage Tower. After that, I can go clean up a lot of the other areas of the game. You definitely do not want to do bosses until you've got the Giant's Glove, aka the Power Glove. That's what really makes a lot of the boss fights doable when you have a really, really weak party like white mages. Alright. Goodbye to mage. That's a pretty good start. Oh, I should have sold my my Frostbrand. That would have given me enough money to buy Healer on everybody. Would have saved a trip back to Melmont. Or I guess I can combine that with the slab. Just to avoid a second trip back unnecessarily. Oh, this guy. There's my gauntlets. And the problem with Ice Giant. It's an unrunnable fight. It's going to take a while. Yeah, we're not really bothering with those. Defense is actually pretty good here. Just reduce the amount of damage that you take. And do this one Zeus Gauntlet at a time. Defense is surprisingly good. I think it doubles your absorb rating. And that generally makes a really big difference overall in terms of how a lot of encounters go. I haven't used defense a lot, and I really should do it more often. Oops, we got Diaga now. We're using it. I bought this spell for a reason. You guys are making me want to play Shining Force 2 again. I actually have Shining Force 2 on the Genesis. It's the only one of the Shining games that I own the original version for. I've been meaning to pick up Shining Force 1 at some point as well. Just so I've got a copy. I'm going to grab the 40,000. Why not? Arbones. We should Diaga the Arbones. I'm thinking about leaving them alive though, just because I want the Arbones to spread out and eventually conquer this dungeon so that there's nothing but Arbones around here. But if we have to, Diaga it is. If the only problem is the dead battery pop-up pony, that's actually a pretty cheap fix. Both for Nintendo games as well as for Genesis games. I would definitely get that repaired, and then you've got a nice working card again. There are some Genesis games that actually have a problem where the actual card itself dies, but as far as I know, that's mostly games published by Tengen. Three Diagas may be overkill for a group of mummies. We just want our Zeus gauntlets to go. Kill these birds. At least by now, wizards are much easier. We got Zeus gauntlets, so we can do a decent amount of damage. That's way less damage than the fangs we're doing. I wonder if the fangs are programmed to be custom amounts. Because they were doing ridiculous damage in the early part of the game. I thought that they were the same as items, which is based on your intelligence score for being able to use them. I just did a... I hit up thinking I was still in the menu. We'll do that floor again. It was a fun floor. I need the experience. We'll blame it on Dan. That's the best strategy. Just blame it on Dan. Dan runs. Dan's actually been really good at mind flayers. I don't know how to explain it. But set Dan on some mind flayers, and we've actually survived a ridiculously high percentage of battles against them. There we go, just a little bit of bonus experience. It all works out. Okay, this time, come out of here, don't hit up. Alright. The eye fight's going to be somewhat rough because of just not having any real ways of doing damage besides the gauntlets. But I don't see a reason to defend. Doesn't do a lot of physical attacks. There we go. That's actually not too bad. 2 casts of Thundara. So if I were to get a Mage Staff or a Thor Hammer, we could grind in the eye pretty quickly with that. Trap Tile Part 3. Still same old pile of nonsense. This trap tile is actually very, very simplistic with 4 mages because they don't do that much damage, but it's all about the paralysis. And since they'd have to paralyze all 4 characters to prevent me from one-shotting them, it goes by really fast. Good, more mages. We'll just let those guys have a nice day and walk away. There are wizards on the top floor, but I would take that over this. All right, so let's say flee. Gauntlets, Diaga, and flee. Last time I had everybody Diaga, which was ridiculous overkill. So now I'm going to focus more on seeing if we can get a lucky run. There we go. Makoto getting out of there. The experience is not that great for doing that fight. Hey Joe Houston, is this game tough just with white mages? It's a lot harder if you can only use white mages. There's a reason this was a very famous challenge when the game was new, to play with 4 white mages as what was considered the hardest party to deal with. But since then we've discovered that 4 thieves is even worse than 4 white mages. And so 4 white mages is actually kind of a relaxing vacation once you experience the thief party. Poisonous Nacho strike again. Alright, so we just finished up the ice cave. I can go ahead and get my airship. And I'm actually not going to class change. It would help out a little bit to have the wizards instead of the mages. But I think this makes it extra fun to have an unupgraded party go through the end of the game. And to be fair, there's actually not much that you miss out on. You can still do most of the white magic spells that I would in the speedrun, including in critically heal Aga. So you've got a way of keeping alive during chaos. Hey Daggett, welcome in. Hope you're having a good night here. We're just collecting our ice cave reward. Hey Soundhound. What do we have for money? 80,000 is actually pretty respectable. I can't do the bottle quest. But what I'll do is go over to Gaia here and try to grab some pro rings, which will give me instant death resistance as well as a decent boost to defense. That's actually cheaper than the gold bracelet upgrade for right now. Just go ahead and sell off anything that we don't need. That can go, that can go. Probably time to get rid of the curtains. We can get one gold bracelet. I'll take it. We'll be back once we have a little bit more cash here. Okay, restock on ethers. Don't have any cottages yet, but that's okay. We don't have a ton of MP right now. Without having done a grind in Ice Cave, we don't have nearly the same amount of disparity as we would in a normal playthrough. So I'm going to go do Waterfall and top half of Sea Shrine here. Oh, nice, Daggett. What was your PB? That is correct. I do not have the bottle or the oxo yet, but by going through Waterfall, I can get a lot of cash because we're gonna get the wizard staff, which sells for 25,000, and we get a bunch of treasure chests in there as well. So I'll be able to buy the bottle with that. 3045 for Zipless. Nice. Do you have any idea if people run Skies of Arcadia? I have not seen many recently, but there have definitely historically been runs of that game. It's a really long run overall. So finding streams of it is kind of hard. I would just like to run, please. You can do Zeus Gauntlet on those guys, and it'll take a while because they have 200 hit points and no weakness to lightning. But it's like maybe 3 rounds of it. Let's try it. Flee and flee. I'm surprised that there are that many active runners. I usually have only ever seen like one person at a time running it. No. All the nightmares. Like zombies, or not zombies, mummies we could kill with Diaga. Those would be really fast. And most other things we can run away from pretty easily. Yeah, it'll be 3 rounds of gauntlets to kill them, which hopefully we can run before then. I guess we'll take 1 Agama worth of experience there. I actually really enjoy Skies of Arcadia, but I haven't played it since the Dreamcast version. I got the GameCube version a long time ago when it was new. And then, since I had played the Dreamcast one, I just didn't have a lot of motivation to go play through it again immediately. And it's kind of fallen to like the bottom of my my pile to go eventually pick up again. I do really encourage people to check it out though if you haven't seen it. So, everybody going after Dan. Dan's got the gauntlets, which should take out the birds, and then we have plenty of Diagas for the mummies. This is actually unusually good for the trap tile. Most of the times through here in the remakes, you're going to just get like a big pile of birds and nothing else. Hello, robot. You must be destroyed. Here we go. I was thinking, well, why don't I just warm up? But we have no travel spells. So we're leaving the hard way. We gotta walk all the way back through there again. Ooh, preemptive. So I could run. But I think I wanted to get the experience. This won't be ideal routing. We have to go and pick up the bottle still. But by getting the cash out of the waterfall, we should be able to now afford it. And that'll get us access to Sea Shrine here in just a second. Not even angry at the Clay Golem ambush. It's so much better than Nightmares or Gasties. But it's actually kind of refreshing. So nice if we get haste. I do not have Hermes shoes. I did not do second place finishes for the 15 puzzle. And so I missed out on my opportunity to maybe get some Hermes shoes, which would really help in Chaos. But with enough buffs, you can do ridiculous amounts of damage, even with a white mage. There we go, saving us from that horrible nightmare experience. Surprisingly, the nightmares on PSP don't look especially crazy. They went very, very bold for some of the color palettes. Like if you look at the Crazy Horse, that one looks ridiculous. Like it's a complete like rainbow disaster. And these ones are like very subdued. They're almost identical, like style wise, to the NES ones. They were like very faithful presenting those. Okay, at least we get a preemptive. Gets me a guaranteed run there in the first round. I didn't have too much problem with Skies of Arcadia, but I did fight a lot of loopers. So I was probably very well leveled for the later part of the game. There are abilities that you can get in the later parts of Skies of Arcadia to disable encounters or to make like every encounter be loopers, where they're kind of like the metal slimes of the game, and by doing that you can grind up all of your elements really fast. Here we go, waterfall complete. I want to say that I can sell items at the caravan. So that I don't need to stop at a town to sell my wizard staff before going over there. We'll find out pretty quickly though. Hank looks so weird. He looks even weirder on desert because he's going over like this big pile of sand. But in the forest, he's a little bit closer to being like actually running on the ground. Do I want to keep Defender? No, it doesn't help because I can just buy Blink. There we go. Take one fairy bottle, and while I'm here, do I want to grab these now? I think I do. We need those. We need strength tonics as well. Normally I don't get strength tonics, but that's going to be replacing tempers. So I need to have some way of buffing both accuracy as well as attack power of my lead attacker in the chaos fight. I might actually need more than that because I probably need to do more buffs in other boss battles as well. But we'll at least have a start. I can always come back to the caravan later. And yes, the caravan disappears, but it doesn't have that bonus shop. There's nothing really you could do anyway after buying the bottle. Those are all set. 15 Phoenix Down should be good for a while. I don't think I need to rush to go and get more of those. There we go, one Oxyel obtained. Now we can get into the Sea Shrine. I definitely want to do the mermaid section, I probably want to do, if I can, Kraken in the same go, because that'll let me get the ribbon and the Giant's gloves in the bottom half. But priority number 1, mermaids, so that I get the slab and get access to Mirage Tower. Greg Peed. So rare to see him these days. I feel like we don't have enough Greg Peed in our lives. He brings joy to the whole party. Even Dan enjoys him. Gold needles, we want more of those. That should be enough for the rest of the game. I could grab remedies. I always toss it around because I believe remedy does fix paralysis, which would be really great if you're in a situation like in the chaos fight and you get paralyzed on the Masbeam wielder, to have some way of breaking it. But I really don't remember that happening all that often. Like, the Masbeam wielder is going to be in the back, so lowest chance of being targeted. And it's got a 1 in 4 chance of wearing off naturally. So usually you don't miss out too much by having it land in there. Also, we will come back to Onrak later to get Hilaga. You have to be 33 to get it. So this is not a dungeon where I can grind 11 levels. Ooh, we do not want to fight water mentals. The regular water mental fight is unrunnable, and those guys do a lot of damage. We really don't have a way of damaging them back. Zeus Gauntlet would take quite a while. Oh. I mean, at least it's not non-stop lit too, like NES Naga. All this is like totally new. The Naga does not do that on NES. That's closer to what Gur Naga does. My precious gauntlet. So it'll take probably 2 rounds, but we do have a way of killing these guys, and it's an unrunnable fight. So I should just have Shurka defend. You don't have to see me in here. This is the maid staff that I'm going to grab. Oh, and the water mentals. Yeah, I guess have Dan do defends. Might be better to have Cuckoo use the gauntlets. Dan's more likely to be targeted by the elementals. How do you go from Grape Shark to White Shark? That's a great question. Grape Shark was like the perfect description for that guy. And he's made of delicious grape shark juice, so you can press and squeeze those things. And just drink them until the juice dribbles down your chin. But White Shark, not nearly as fun. White Shark's more of a diet food. There we go, Mage Staff. So now we got 2 people that can attack. Although in this dungeon, since it's mostly water creatures, the Mage Staff is not that good. I probably don't need to get the opal armor. It would sell for a bunch, but that's like not really a priority right now for cash. We have enough like just random treasure chests that are worth a lot. But those are probably better to pick up instead. I'll go ahead and grab the treasure chest here, which is, I want to say 12,350. Yeah, 12,350, and we'll have a bunch in Mermaid Floor as well. Okay, we still need one more ruby armlet to be done. I think all the other treasure chests are on the far side, so I'll go ahead and grab the slab first, and we'll go pick up the other treasures here before leaving. Most of this stuff is just fighter gear. There's also like a diamond shield on the east side, which we're just going to sell for a big amount of cash. Are the water elementals weak to fire? They're weak to ice. Alright, so yeah, this one. I want to say these two down here also have treasures. Oh, these two. Antidote. Well, that's a lame one. There's the diamond shield. I don't think anything else up here has anything. Nope. 5,000 bucks. Not bad. Up, left, down. More left, then down. There we go. Not usually a floor I have to do backwards. Again, should I grab the opal armor? I think it's a little bit out of the way. It's all the way in the northwest corner, which is a pretty long hike. I don't think the Fire 2 is really going to help here, but we'll find out. This is the currency of Final Fantasy 1 Dan dollars. It's Agama bucks. All prices denoted in Agama bucks. There's not too much left here that's interesting except for the items on the second floor. I want to grab those now. I probably should wait until after getting the remainder. Actually, what is my real benefit for going upstairs? I would get Thor Hammer from Mirage Tower, so that's an extra 100 damage per round on Kraken. But really, the Lit 2s are not going to be like the biggest thing that I can do on him. I think it's better to go try to kill Kraken here. Take down a Fiend while I can, and work on getting the rest of my gear after that. Once I've got the Giant's Glove, I can do Gurgi Volcano. And then I don't really see a need to have much protective gear for Gurgu. It'd be nice to have Protera, which we do not have the levels for yet. Yeah, we're still 5th tier mages. 33 for 6th tier. It was 19 for 5th. So we actually shouldn't be that far away from being able to get 6th tier spells. Protera especially would be really helpful. Patera would be great on the Kraken battle. But I don't want to go all the way back out of the dungeon and go to Crescent Lake before finishing this. I thought one of those had something useful in the remakes. I want to say one of them was... I thought one of them had a dry ether, which is a full MP recover. But instead they just had disappointment. There we go, 12th try run. I don't think you can actually equip the mage staff, yeah. Heal staff I could have equipped, but I didn't bother picking it up when we were in ordeals. Most of these battles are not particularly dangerous, they're just really slow because of the number of monsters. You actually benefit a lot from having a small number of monsters in this game, unless you're able to really work a lot of AoE spells. Does the heal staff heal on hit or just cast a spell? It just does the heal spell when you use it as an item. As a regular weapon, it's just a very poor weapon, so it doesn't do a lot of damage. There we go. So we can deal with these guys. Ghost is actually one of the few monsters that you want to see in white mage runs that you never want to see elsewhere. Okay, now all the way over to the right. This is another one where it's very rare for me to have to do this backwards. So I have to think about it a little bit for what the path is. Usually I'm going to have a teleport spell here, which will, on average, save me probably 2 encounters. How are the mages doing? I would say that Makoto's doing really good on hit points. Dan and Cuckoo are doing decent on intelligence. I would say Cuckoo is the most well-rounded of the mages. And then Shurko is probably going to be sacrificed to the forces of chaos. Without doing class change, I can't get the wall spell, or it's called in this version of the game Null All. And that's really the only thing that would keep your 4th white mage alive. So it's going to be a typical playthrough where we have likely a character killed off early in the chaos battle. This could be a tough Kraken fight. I'm trying to think about the best way to approach it. I would like to get started with a whole bunch of protect spells. So that's going to soak up maybe like 3 rounds at the beginning. And then we can start buffing somebody for offense. Actually, I probably want to do more than 3 protects. He's got a lot of attacks per round, so protect is actually really effective in terms of reducing his damage. But I'm thinking like stack it up to maybe like 6 or so, and then we'll be able to finish him off pretty easily after that. The trick, though, is staying alive long enough to stack that many protects up. Well, we at least got one level out of that. So, unusual situation. We have not done carry yet. There's really no rush for Gugu Volcano. But we are on to Kraken. Ideally, he's just going to spit ink at us for, like, all of his turns. Not so ideal. Actually, it wasn't terrible. We have Kiraga to fix it. So you can just Kiraga yourself. Start getting people in the back protect. I put the protects on Makoto to start because that's the most likely character to be targeted. Dan's the second most likely, but I'm kind of playing the odds here that once Kraken gets to that first round, we can go ahead and work on everybody else one by one. So you can do protects on Dan, and that way Dan gets them in half the time. Yeah, that's a big reduction. Now we're at 4-3-1-1, I think. Let's just go do self-protects for a little while. Five, 4, 2, 2. One more on Makoto. I think Makoto's good at that point. Yeah, you're starting to get really diminishing returns right now. Dan probably needs a couple more. Does protect stack indefinitely? There's a cap. And this is both for defense and for offense, and I guess also for accuracy as well. Where eventually you'll cap out. But it takes a while to get there, and anywhere near the cap, you're basically invulnerable. Alright, so Dan should be good. We'll have Makoto do a Kiraga onto Dan. I want Dan to start doing the Giant's Gloves. That way we'll have some attack. Kuku and Shirko still need a couple more protects, but we're in very good shape now. I think we are basically guaranteed to win. It's just going to take a while to get Dan powered up. Where is my strength tonic? There we go. And we will do 2 parts strength tonic to 1 part speed drink. The strength tonic basically is giving me something like a temper spell. Speed drink is increasing my accuracy, so more attacks per round. I don't have a haste equivalent, so that's kind of a weakness here. We're missing out on a really easy way to double our attacks. And then Giant's Glove, that's equivalent to Saber, which does a little bit of strength tonic and a little bit of speed. This round, I'm going to go ahead and have Dan attack. We'll see how we're doing on damage. We should be actually pretty good. But just in case, we'll keep going with the buffs on everybody else. I can restock on those in between. Yeah, 1,000 damage. That's only a couple hits to kill Kraken here. What does Dan have for a weapon? He has a mithril hammer. It's the mithril hammer that you get in Elfland. There we go. Good Kraken fight. Because Kraken doesn't have a lot of things besides physical attacks, once you have those protects on, you basically have him locked down. Carrie will be pretty similar. She has fire too, which does a little bit of damage, but you can easily out-heal that with Healara. Tiamat and the refights are where it gets a little bit trickier. They're going to have generally quite good damage. And so we want to have things like Healaga and lots of MP to be able to take those on. We'll also want to have Protera rather than Protect so that we can get the buffs up faster. Hey, Oprah Winfrey, welcome in. So we just finished up Kraken there. 2 bosses down. We still have Carrie and Tiamat left to go for our White Mage group. And while we're here, I'm going to stop in at the caravan again and restock up on those tonics that we just used. The next time we come back to Unrack, we should be level 33 and can get Healaga then. I'm trying to think about a good place to do that leveling. We need about 10 levels. And the White Mage party is never really going to be good at anything besides Undead until you've got Masmune. And by that point, you shouldn't really need levels at all. Alright, so Giant's Tonics we're still good on. Strength Tonics, got 20 of those, and Speed Drinks, 20 of those. Let's see. Get 10 more. That's probably good. I don't need as many Speed Tonics, because without Haste, the value of a Speed Tonic is a little bit less. You're missing out on the doubling factor. Okay, 23. Let's go ahead and get our slab translated. I could pick up Healara for everybody else, but we're still really short on cash. And I think the best way to fix it is to get some of the really good fighter gear and just, cash it all into the shops. Okay, we can go ahead and buy these spells. Healara not strictly required on anybody besides one mage for overworld healing. But it helps having the ability to just kind of rotate it around between different people. Okay, so Diamond Helm can go. Diamond Shield can go. Gloves can go. And that Silver Armlet can go. Alright, that's looking pretty good. What does Speed Tonic do? It increases your accuracy. And every 32 points of accuracy translates into 1 extra attack per round. If you're doing with haste, because I think it's somewhere like around 15 or 16 points of accuracy, you'll basically be going up really fast for your number of attacks. Without haste, it's going to take a lot more to make a real difference. Let me check my equipment here. Yeah, we need 1 more ruby armlet. So I'm going to go ahead and grab that while we're in the neighborhood. Have I revealed tomorrow's challenge? I have not revealed tomorrow's challenge yet. It's still a tease. I think you guys will like it, though. We'll keep plowing through our tents. I didn't buy cottages because we just have never had the cash to go and stock up on them. Is it 4 Thieves? It's not 4 Thieves. If you want to see 4 Thieves, check out the PlayStation 1 run. which was quite an adventure. But we did beat the game with 4 thieves. Alright, so 1 Diaga. Go ahead, have you do gauntlets and mage staff. And then 1 more Diaga to do the zombies. Gauntlets and mage staff are going to be what's attacking the troll. I'm hoping we have enough damage. I used the items on my 2 best casters. So Dan and Cuckoo should do more damage than Makoto or Shirka with the items. Yeah, just enough. That's the only unrunnable in this area. So everything else I should be able to escape from. Frostwolves might be tough to run from. But they are runnable. The trolls do suffer from some really bad headaches. There is actually, in the bonus dungeons for Dawn of Souls, this area where you're talking to all of the ghosts of monsters, including monsters I didn't kill. So I don't think they're all my fault. But they tell you their story, and one of them is about the troll, talking about how his head hurts so much because he's got a terrible headache. Alright, there we go. Chime obtained. Going up the left-hand side is only possible in the remakes. NES, it's actually blocked off for accessing that part of the overworld. It's like the town is a little bit too close to the coastline. And while it looks like you might be able to squeeze around, you just can't fit in there. And so the remakes, they moved it 1 tile over, which I really like. That's a optimization for placement that just makes a lot of sense. And they did a similar thing to like a couple of the rooms in Sky Castle. They moved Mirage Tower a little bit. They're just like, they're carefully tweaking things to make it slightly better for the design. Actually, do that. Yeah. Making sure we're on the correct items there. I think the troll just ate too much ice cream, personally. He gets over the headache really fast, because the trolls will punch you 3 times, do a lot of damage. They don't really seem deterred by it. I just want to know, who keeps giving that guy so much ice cream? Probably the Frostwolves. Now that we have Healer on everybody, I can use somebody that's got slightly more intelligence, which should reduce my average number of casts. There's the Frostwolves. They basically do no damage with the Ruby Armlets on for physical attacks, but the Frost Breath still does a decent amount to anybody that does not have a ribbon. It's actually kind of a dangerous stretch right here, but we should be able to make it across there no problem. There we go. Is there anything I want on first floor? I grabbed the Aegis Shield and Heal Helmet and stuff for some cash. Not a big priority, but it's available. The items I can use, the Thor Hammer, is going to be on the 2nd floor here. So we have Thor Hammer. This is not a great fight, but we can take him on. It'll be 2 rounds to kill him. Maybe 1 round. We're doing really good damage with those. Oh yeah, that's just barely enough. So we probably could do an eye grind now, especially once we have Thor Hammer and have 3 attacks per round. That might be the most efficient way of getting to 33. These guys technically do give me more experience, but it's really tough to grind. There's a bunch of fights here that are not nearly as good. The vampires are also the same as guards. Each one's a half Agama. Can I do Chimeras? Chimeras might be tough. They're weak to ice, resistant to fire, so I'm not going to do enough damage to kill them in 1 round, most likely. And then everything else here is not so fun. Oh, look at all this. We're getting like the perfect set of monsters for this circumstance. So these do help out in levels. Just having that extra experience coming around. There's my hammer. I cannot equip the hammer. That is a white wizard weapon. But I can still use it in combat. Ooh, Blue D. That's not fun. So, Blue D, we don't have a really good way of doing a lot of damage to him. And his Thunderbolt's gonna hurt. This is a 1 in 64 encounter, so this was super unlucky. Hey, Forgil, welcome in. Okay, 160 rounds, so 3 rounds. That's actually not bad. I was kind of worried we would lose our progress here, but this should work out. Hey, Rename, welcome in. That Thunderbolt. Yeah, I saw you talking on the Discord about some PSP glitched runs. Looks like you were going pretty good at it. There we go. Plenty of money here, which also helps out that particular problem. There's a useless Sunblade and a useless Dragon Mail. Do I want to try to kill Tiamat here? Oh, you know what? We'll just get the Bane Sword. We'll have Dan Bane Tiamat. This will be perfect. Everybody else can heal Ara, and that'll be an easy way to stay alive. Yeah, we'll definitely do Tiamat while I'm here. And that'll get me some more levels as well. I could pick up the white shirt, the black shirt, another ribbon. Can even get the adamant that sells for like 40,000 if you forge Excalibur. I don't think I need that much money though. We have not too much left to buy. I need to get 4 Hilagas, 4 Proteras. That's probably it. I don't think I need Invisra. I don't need Exit. Oh. There's the Warhammer. Looks like Shirker's going to be on Healara duty. Single segment implies no deaths. So the only reason I save while doing single segment runs is so I can have a backup and continue on the stream, but it's no longer a single segment category as soon as you either game over or reset. If I was doing like really serious attempts, I wouldn't save at all, just to save a little bit of time over the course of the run. Each save is maybe costing me like 10-15 seconds. Get one blue D down. He's not that tough. Even though we really don't have a good way of attacking him, we have a lot of healing. And that helps out in many fights. Ooh, should I grab the Pro Cape? It might be helpful having the Pro Cape. That it's extra defense on somebody. It would give me a good bit of a buffer on some of the boss fights. The Pro Cape would be basically like having a permanent protect at the start of the fight. Hardcore Manicore is not what we want to tackle. Poison darts will hit 2 people right now. In a normal run, they can only hit 1. The Aegis Shield gives you protection for your fighter, which we obviously cannot use here. Sure goes the other one that could get hit. There, both of them go. This is Pro Ring, which we don't need. Heal Helmet, which we don't need. I don't think the cash is worth it. We should be getting enough cash just from selling all this fighter gear that we picked up recently. I'll also get a Opal or Diamond Helmet for this version of the game when we go upstairs to grab the ribbon. You again. I was thinking the black shirt will actually have an attack item for everybody, which would be really good. This is why you want to rush Tiamat as soon as you can, is just to be able to get all these attack items. And then suddenly your white mages have like a respectable amount of damage. They're not as good at the intelligence stat as black mages, so they're not quite equivalent in terms of like the best damage output. But they're actually better than red mages by quite a bit. I have actually seen that Maelstrom. Games that have like a built-in retry feature. Like Lufia would be another example where if you do retry, then it's still single segment. But Final Fantasy doesn't have anything like that. It's got a traditional save feature. So there's no way to continue on past the game over. See if we can sneak on through here. Grab our shirts. I actually don't mind all the eyes. Like, this is a decent enough experience. He's relatively easy. Gives me something to get a couple levels on before we head on out. There's black robe, there's white robe. Again, white robe I don't imagine being much use. Invisra is less useful than Protera for the most part. There's very few monsters that are right on the cusp of being dodgeable. It does help out for the ones that have large numbers of attacks, because it might knock Kraken down from like 8 hits to 6 hits. But Protera is going to give you a much more thorough protection, because it'll be immediately useful. Mystic Quest, yeah, Mystic Quest does let you retry as well. Alright, well this is not working, so let's go ahead and switch on over to doing attacks. Door hammer, there we go. Glad the evil man did not nuke us while we were trying to run. Usually these are much quicker fights, but that's with having basically 10 to, or about 10 levels more than I have right now. So I'm just not quite fast enough to get away from a lot of the encounters. There we go. Alright, 4th floor. I want to say the Pro Cape's all the way on the east side. So let's go ahead and grab it. Fire hydrant's kind of painful. 3 ribbons does cut down the damage quite a lot. Shirko, though, still taking full damage from all these elemental attacks. Here's Pro Cape. What else is in here? Clothes! Plain old clothes. Some cash and a gold needle. That's a weird little area. If we do need some more money, I can go grab this one here as well. Go sell a katana or two. And that one's actually not so good. Pro Ring is the best one in there. Run. I could probably take this guy on. He's 1.5 Agamas. Weak to lightning, so we have 2 attacks that would do decent damage to him, but he hits really hard. So you don't want to mess around with sentry fights with characters that are going to be taking like 200 damage per round. There we go. 1 katana for sale. I would think about selling Excalibur too, but that actually takes longer to make. There we go. 4th floor. 4th and 5th floors are both pretty dangerous. 4th floor, the ideal fight here is going to be Whiz Vamps. We could actually get some good experience off of those guys. Almost every other battle is pretty bad though. That was not bad. It was loading for a while, and I was wondering if there was some really awful encounter there, but no, it was just poisonous nachos. Usually the long load times are from a transition between different tile sets or different palettes. And the only one I could think of was the maybe the Clay Golem Sorcerer battle. But I guess Nacho is also from a different area. The Orbex. Not a Wormack. Took us probably like 25 minutes last night to find Wormack. So the odds of seeing him in a speedrun are incredibly low. Still have never happened. Let's swap the Razor up there. Give me the Mage Staff as well. I guess we put the Black Robe up there. Don't worry, Austin. There are no Wormacks. You're safe for now. Instead, we need to find out, can Dan Bane Tiamat? It's just a plain old protect. Oh well, it'll have to do. Actually, yeah, double protect on you, and we'll single protect Dan. And we'll start healing now. So much damage. Shurko might be tough to keep alive. Dan used the Bane Sword. It's ineffective. There goes Shurko. Yeah, I'm gonna have to swap to doing 2 heal arrows and a Bane Sword per round, basically. Dan used the Bane Sword. It's still ineffective. Dan used the Bane Sword. Do I even need to say that it's ineffective? You can just assume it. Dan used the Bane Sword. It's ineffective. Dan used the Bane Sword. Ineffective. Dan used the Bane Sword. Ineffective. Dan used the Bane Sword. That was effective. There we go, Tiamat down. So we are 3/4 of the way through our fiends. All that's left is carry. But before we can really finish the game, I do need level 33 still to get Hilaga. That's a pretty important spell to have for Chaos. You can see me really struggling to keep up with Tiamat there with Hilara. So that's the difference, is that I would need to have 2 people basically full-time healing. And since one person's pretty much dead at Chaos, it'd be really slow to get our buffs done. What else do I need shopping-wise, potentially? Spells. Spells are my first thing. Okay. Shuriko not quite enough for 26. I guess we could go do carry and get Shuriko a level. And then come back for Patera. I really want to get the level first. Yeah, let's do this first. Is Ice Cave my best choice? What I have to work with? I think, unfortunately, Ice Cave is my best choice. I'm not a big fan of this because it's... Oh, I can get exit. Never mind. We're going to get exit for one of our white mages and then throw that away after we get out of here. That way I don't have to do the second half of the dungeon again. Do enemies run out of MP? No. The way that enemies work is they actually have a just a list that they rotate through. Oh, we can't get exit anyway, because we don't have white wizardry. Silly me, not doing class change, and thinking I could get exit. Okay, so Armor can go, Sunblade can go, Dragon Mail can go, Diamond Shield can go, Throwing can go, Clothes can go, and Katana can go. So we're good on cash now. You know what? Let's just do Gurgur Volcano. Might as well. The later Final Fantasies, like once you start talking about PlayStation era, they generally do have MP totals. They'll give monsters like ridiculous amounts of MP, but you can run them out. I think most of the Super Nintendo ones as well, although bosses generally have like 65,000. It's the regular monsters that you can exhaust. This run so far has gone surprisingly fast. I was originally sitting down thinking this would be close to 6 hours. And we're on our last feat. I do need to do some grinding, but that's maybe 15 minutes, 20 minutes tops. And then probably about 45 minutes in Temple of Fates. Let's see what Agamas are like. I am curious to see how Agamas go, if we were to try to get some levels here. Will I get class change? No. I am not planning to get class change. That's pretty decent. We basically need to have 3 attacks to kill an Agama. So maybe a little bit slower than an Eye would be. But it would save me a bunch of travel time to get there. I kinda like that. In Final Fantasy VI, you could use Rasp to drain the enemy's MP, and there was a trick you could do in the Mage Tower based on that. Because Mage Tower had a special feature that it was not possible to do physical attacks in there. So once the enemies had no MP, they couldn't do anything. And also at the top of the Mage Tower, the boss of it would cast the Ultima spell after he died. So basically as a counterattack on the final blow, you would get ultimate. And that's really hard to survive. So one way of dealing with that was to actually drain his MP down to 0, which took like 20 minutes, and then you could go and kill him, and then Ultima would fail. Do fire lizards have any facts that are different than Agamas? They do not have different facts, but let me tell you a fire lizard fact you may not be aware of. Did you know a fire lizard can drag a train with its tail? The tail falls off, but he can do it. So right now we're in the high 20s. I'm looking for 33 because that's where I can get Hilaga. Really nothing else matters level-wise. Might be nice to go a little bit past 33 because normally I'd be getting a bunch of extra experience after this point going through Sea Shrine and through Sky Castle. And so I'd probably go into Temple of Fiends around like 35, 36. But we're looking for like a nice consistent amount here so that we are ready to take on Temple of Fiends. I feel like if I have Hilaga, everything else is more about the individual boss fights going well. I think you can do Palador in the Mage Tower to dodge the attack as well. Basically anything that makes you either not be on screen, or the spell fail, or not taking damage from magic, which I'm not sure if there are legitimate ways of doing that, but you can definitely get some broken things to have protection. And it's basically how you deal with the fight. I mean, I remember the Brachiosaurs. The Dinosaur Forest was a really fun place to grind in Final Fantasy VI. It's also like the only spot if you want to get ridiculously high levels. It's a little tiny area with these really weird monsters that, if you got like, you know, Off-Ring and Genji Glove, you can kill pretty fast, and they probably give you like 4 or 6 times as much experience as anything else. Why am I taking a fight every step? So the reason is because there are 2 trap tiles right here. There's a few places in the game which have trap tiles, and this is one of the rare ones where there are back-to-back ones. So normally this is meant to be a punishment for people trying to open up treasure chests. And it just so happens that since this is a really good fight, I can go and just walk on those tiles over and over again and get as many of these Agamas as I want. And since these are all trap tiles, it'll never be a regular encounter from the dungeon, so it's super efficient. There's a few others that are good ones. The Sea Shrine, a little bit to the right of where the ribbon is, you can get a trap tile with Gersharks and Wizahags. That's a fight I usually like to grind on for NES. There's the Waterfall trap tile. Again, that's better for NES because you get lots of mummies there. This version of the game, you get a bunch of birds, which is not as fun. But anything that's implemented as that is generally repeatable. So like if you want to fight Blue D again, you just walk back and forth on his square. The Fiend refights in Temple of Fiends, those are all trap tiles. So if you take the wrong step and Temple of Fiends, you have to do the boss fight again. Those are mean. How much time do I spend in the Agama grind in the Marathon NES route? I mean, it's about 35 Agamas, and by the end you're doing close to 3 Agamas a minute. It's not quite 3 at the start, though, so I would say, like, somewhere between 15 and 20 minutes. It's definitely one of the longer stretches of just, like, dedicated leveling. But it takes away so many battles that you might have to do elsewhere that it's worth it. Never seen me do all white mages on NES. I have that video highlighted. So if you look at the video collections, there should be an NES challenge collection, one of which was 4 white mages. I did that in a couple parts because it was like 12 and a half hours total. That's with killing some bonus Ormex and also doing a fun ending on Chaos. I could probably get that down under maybe 9 hours or so if I was really interested in practicing it. But it's a pretty painful run in a lot of spots. Let's peek it and see where we're doing on levels. 28, that's actually not bad. So we'll keep our grind going. There's really no danger here. The thing was, early on, I didn't have a lot of confidence that I could realistically do Agamas quickly. Now that we've got the Black Robe from the Sky Castle, and we got the Thor Hammer from Mirage Tower, we do a lot of damage, so these are going pretty fast. I think earlier it would have been more efficient to do Zombie Ds, since those are undead, or the eye fights in the Ice Cave. Probably the only downside here is that you get a little bit less experience from Agamas than from most of the other ones I could be grinding on. Especially the Eye gives me 1 1/3 Agamas worth of experience, slightly faster fights. And it's only because I'd have to go all the way through Ice Cave twice to get through it that I think it doesn't win out on time. Without exit, I have to do basically the normal path you would to do Ice Cave for getting the floater, which is go all the way down to the 3rd floor, go back up, fight the Eye, go all the way back down to the 3rd floor, and back up again to exit the dungeon. So it's probably like 5 or so minutes of walking, which greatly decreases your Eye efficiency rating. Whereas the Agamas are basically on the way to carry. Trying to do some math here. I get carry around 4 hours. I need to pick up a couple of things. So like maybe 5 minutes of shopping. Go get my remaining Protera. Get my Hilagas. Maybe stack up on Ethers and things. So we're talking about 405 for entering Temple of Fiends. I think I'm done at like 445. That's way faster than I was anticipating. Actually, Temple of Fiends shouldn't be that long normally. It's just that the white mages, you have to do a ton of buffing in all the boss fights. And so the boss fights probably are like twice as many rounds. Usually the temple itself is maybe like 25-30 minutes tops. Although I am glad I did pick up a bunch of gear to sell. The Agmas give me way less gold than if I had fought Eyes. So I'm basically coming out of here with half the gold amount that Ice Cave Grind would have given me. It's what? I think 30,000 for Healaga, so I need 120,000 plus 13,000 for the Protera. We should still be able to do it. I think we'll get about that much just from the Agma grind here. We'll go to our next level and see how we're doing on progress. That's the first ambush. It seems like this version of the game, as you get later on, the chances of ambushes go way down compared to NES. NES tended to be a little bit more balanced because the stat I was looking at was your party leader's agility plus luck score. And so like every 10 points of those two stats combined was like a 1% change in the rate of ambushes. And I think that they made the formula much stronger. I don't actually know what the formula is on the PSP remake, but I get the feeling that it moves much faster as you level up. Because it seems like you get way less ambushes overall, but not necessarily more preemptives. Those seem to be a relatively smaller amount. All right, so 29 we're starting here. I think we're going to get 29, and now that we've got most of our leveling done, I'm going to find a more efficient spot that has more XP per fight. If only I had exit, I could do Temple of Fiends. Get some good XP from there. I might do maybe like first floor Mirage Tower. There's some good stuff in that that area. Most of it should go down pretty fast with 2 lightning weapons, an ice weapon, and a fire weapon. Who would win in a staring contest, Agama or Fire Lizard? I think Soria's got a strong gaze. I would hate to have to fight those guys in staring. Okay, we're looking at about 7,000 to 8,000 per level right now. So maybe 14 Agamas a level. I have to do 4 more levels. Yeah, I'm very tempted to go find an alternative grind spot to finish this off. As good as those Agamas are, I think we could do better. Wait. I was going to say that looks like an unrunnable battle, but it can't be if it's a preemptive. You can always run from preemptive attacks in the very first round. Yeah, it took us about 15 minutes to get halfway through that grind. Maybe a little bit longer than I had guessed there, but we'd still be under 5 hours for Chaos. During the last floor of the maze of time, I cannot go to there and get out. That'd be a little bit difficult. 3 Proteras to start. Actually, let's do 5 Proteras. You guys can start doing Giant's Glove. There it is. And you will start throwing some Strength Tonics on Dan. We'll do the speed drinks. We'll do tonics. Tonic. We shouldn't need a ton of rounds of buffing because Carrie has less HP than Kraken did. So we probably needed like maybe 4 or 5 rounds on Kraken to get up to around 1,000 damage. Alright, let's check out our damage output. I think this one's going to not have a lot of attacks per round because I didn't do very many speed tonics. But our damage from the temper should be good. Yeah, 600, that'll be fine. There we go. All 4 fiends down, but we're not ready for chaos yet. We got a little bit more work to do before we can take on Temple of Fiends. Throw another crystal on the pile there. We're building up quite a crystal collection now. Hellfire Casimir is where you can get another ribbon, which would be really nice, but not necessary to beat the game with 4 white mages on this version. We'll mostly be doing chaos with 3 characters, like a lot of playthroughs. And there we go. Gurry Volcano complete. Got our last Protera here. I guess I'll just stock 1 Ethers while I'm in the neighborhood. Those are good. Phoenix Downs are good. What can we get rid of to clean up my inventory a bit? So, Potion can go. I think White Robe can kind of go, but we'll hang on to it for a little while longer. Everything else in here actually looks useful. Okay, here to set up for terrace. Further north. There it is. It'd be kind of tough to spot where some of those landing strips are. What do we get? We get a Tyro. We'll let the Tyros live tonight. We're not hungry enough to eat Tyro meat. Just had all those Agamas for breakfast. Maybe next time, Tyro. Maybe next time. I want to say that second floor is going to be a better grind spot than first floor. Although some of these monsters are not the greatest. Okay, so you want to have lightning. We're going to put fire on Dan, ice, cuckoo, and our other lightning down here. Don't worry, Tyro. We will make jerky out of you one day. And give it all to tie-dye. Ice is not the best spell to use on these guys, but I want to set up a repeatable set of commands, so I'm just holding the buttons down for the fights. This is 2.5 Agamas right here. This is what I'm thinking, is that it's going to be longer between the battles, because we don't have the trap tiles anymore. But on average, the battles should be worth a lot more, and not really take much longer to complete. So I think this is faster to do than an Agama grind all the way up to 33. Yeah, it's 2.5 Agamas right there. This will be close to 2.5 Agamas as well. I want to say a Chimera is about 4/5 of an Agama or so. On average, though, you only get 2 in this formation. So it's a decent fight, but not an amazing one. There we go. And we do just barely enough damage. Okay, you guys are about to take over to level 30. That's a lot of Catmen. They're actually not bad for experience. I was surprised when I was doing the 4-White Mage run on NES. The Catmen give you a respectable amount, so much so that it was sometimes worth throwing like a Fade or so once you had those 8th tier spells. Usually on NES you think about the formation being a relatively sparse one, but there's a decent amount per Catman. There's good eating on those things, and they don't have a lot of HP, so the fights are pretty fast. There we go. Guards and vampires, actually pretty much just guards, are the ones you really want to beat up. A surprising lesson also from NES was I expected vampires to be amazing, because white mages are great at killing undead. But vampires hit you really hard, and they've got paralysis and things, whereas guards, they fall over so fast if you have lightning attacks. Also in this version, it kind of doesn't help that vampires are buffed. They buffed the vampire in Earth Cave, basically giving him double HP like all the other boss fights. Because vampire is a regular encounter, it means the vampires here are much tougher as a result. And I was kind of surprised they did that. They did not buff the eye. So the eye still has the same amount of HP as he had before. It's only vampire of the reused monsters that got that adjustment. And I expected it more for things like Astos and other ones that are uniquely used just for boss situations. Take some more preemptives. If I went down to first floor, what would I trade out? I would lose the... I think I'd lose the Cerebus fight for Nightmare Badman. Which would be a decent trade. I would lose the Trap Tile fight, or maybe the Trap Tile fight's on all the floors. That's the one that's the same as the Trap Tile in the Waterfall. NES is a great fight because lots and lots of Whiz Mummies. Here you get mostly Paralisks and Cockatrices. So I don't think I actually want to provoke that one too much. What are we doing on experience? Alright, so about halfway, a little bit more than halfway through 30. I guess one gamble I could do is go into Temple of Fiends and hope that I can kill an emergency exit dropping purple worm at some point during there. They seem to have a reasonably good chance of dropping them. I think it's 1 in 64 in theory, but it feels like the drop rates of some monsters is much higher than others. Because I get purple worm emergency exits really frequently, and I like never get zombie D mega elixirs, even though they're supposed to be identical in terms of their percentage chance. It's just, what am I estimating my end time? Ideally less than 5 hours. I've already killed all 4 fiends. I need level 33 before going to the Temple of Fiends to go fight Chaos, and we're getting right around level 31 right now. So I need to do like 2 more levels of grinding, and then Temple of Fiends to finish it. Only one Chimera, one lonely Chimera here. This is the great thing about Temple of Fiends if you go there, is that a lot of these fights become so much more lucrative. Like, you'd have 3.5 Chimeras on average in Temple of Fiends, where you only have 2 here in Mirage Tower, despite being relatively close by in terms of when you visit them in the game. Looks like we're starting to get everybody up to 31 now. Ooh, there's a good one. Okay, 31. It's about 8,000 per level. That's actually not bad. If I get a full complement of 5 guards or 5 vampires, that's 1,500. So you can kind of get a sense about how many battles per level is required. How is this team going to kill Chaos? We're going to buff Dan. We'll give him the Masmune. Saves a couple of rounds. Like right now, Dan's got the Mithril Hammer, and we've been using that to kill the bosses. But you stack a lot of buffs. You get Sabers. I don't have Temper or Haste, but I can throw Strength Tonics, which are kind of like a Temper, and Speed Drinks, which is not nearly as good as Haste. Speed Drinks is going to slightly increase your accuracy, so a couple of Speed Drinks will give you more attacks per round, but it doesn't just like double it like Haste does. So it takes a while to get to a point where you can actually kill the bosses. But we're talking like 5 or 6 rounds of buffing, and then you're ready to go. We do not have Holy. We're doing it as white mages, so we have not class changed, which means most spells are off limits. And even if I did class change, I would need to be, I think, level 39 to get 8th tier spells. I need 33 just to get a 7th tier spell, which is Hilaga. So we actually cannot cast anything better than 6th tier right now. We have some good guards. Get as many guards and vampires as we can get, especially guards. They're probably the best enemy to be facing here. So continuing to take more damage than everybody else. Not having the ribbon is just really tough to deal with. Like, you'll take a lot of elemental damage. White Mage is kind of known for taking a lot of physical damage as well. But we have a pretty good setup to do Chaos with only 3 people. You really just need 1 attacker, 1 healer, and 1 buffer. You get 2 buffers, then it goes a lot faster because you just get to a point where you can deal enough damage to Chaos sooner in the fight. But that trio is what I base a lot of my routes off of. Is it just me, or is just Chimera look really bony? Like, really gaunt in the ribs? I don't think he's eating enough. We should try feeding the Chimera some Tyro meat and see if it makes him feel better. Hey, Greenleaf, welcome in. How was your Zelda 1 randomizer tournament race? Did you at least have an interesting group to commentate on? Ooh, I didn't think about it. He probably does have a lot of food allergies. There we go, take it over to 32. So 1 level to go. We're already done with all of our fiends. We need 1 more level of experience to get Hilaga. I guess 1 more strategy I could use is, instead of Hilaga, going for a whole bunch of Mega Elixir drops. I didn't give myself a lot of time, because when I did the 15 puzzle at the beginning, I took my very first one for a Mega Elixir, which was like a 20-second completion. So I'd have to get ridiculously good times to get more Mega Elixirs. Oh, nice, Greenleaf. Is that the first time there have been multiple commentators in like the same room for one of those rando races? I can't think of any time that I've ever seen it happen before. $32 on everybody, and once again, about 8,000 to go. Oh, it was closer to 10,000 at the start. That's why I was taking a little bit longer than I expected. I was doing it based on 8,000 per level. I need more like 10,000. That explains some things. Hey, Expensive Foreigner, welcome in. Just in time for our final grind here. Getting my Hilaga and then doing Temple of Fiends after that. I was surprised the White Mages got through the Fiends so fast. But, like, once you have traveled through the dungeons, like, the Fiend fights themselves are actually really straightforward. You do Kraken first, that way you get the Giant's Glove. And with a couple of buffs, you can take him down. Tiamat, the Bane Sword, was really effective. That was way faster than buffing up. Is just having Dan Bane Sword until it finally worked. It was maybe like a 15th try Bane, but Dan eventually figured it out. And only 1 of his teammates died in the process, which I consider pretty good results for Dan. To be fair, like, I would have been happy if he only killed off 2 teammates, and 1 is just exceptional. surprised we haven't seen this formation more. I think this is the first time I've gotten this group, and it's all over the place on NES. I think it's the 3 and 64, so that might be why it's kind of uncommon. There's one of them towards the beginning of the encounter cycle, maybe two. So if you're doing a whole bunch of resets, you'll get them more frequently. Those are a lot better than getting just the Catmen by themselves. This guy. Because it's 4 to 7 here, and the other one is 3 to 6 Catmen, plus I think 1 to 2 Saber Tees. Oh, that's really good. 5 Whiz Mummies. Very uncommon. At least in the remakes. NES, it's a 20% chance of happening, so it's not going to be super frequent. But you have to roll very low on the birds to even have a chance to get 5 Whiz Mummies here. Oh yeah, last battle. I was wondering when we were going to be done. It's like, okay, we're like 100 experience points away. No, we need to get Shirko level, and Shirko's like another 2,000 back. So maybe like 2 battles after this. Okay, I saw Makoto, Dan, and Cuckoo there. So we got 2,000 to go. That's like a 1,200 of it. That's a good start. Maybe not 1,200, it's more like 1,000. These guys are not quite an Agama. Yeah, almost exactly 1,000. 1,032 it said. So this should do it. There we go. Sure, we got the level. I've been staying close to where the first and second floor meets because you have that quick exit out afterwards. I have no travel spells because we don't do class change here. If we had class change, I would be grinding in Temple of Fiends. That would be a much faster process at that point. All right. Actually, if I go east here, I can go to Caravan and pick up more Giants Tonics and Strength Drinks. I don't want to run out of buffs in the Temple of Fiends boss sequence. We'll basically need a buff for all 4 Fiends and for Chaos to be able to take them down. Especially for the first 3, because without Mazmune, your initial attack power is basically 0. Get more of those. I don't need those. We'll be able to spread the load around much more evenly than normal on MP. It's an interesting idea to increase your max MP and then Mega Elixir, because then you have, instead of 400 or so, 999 for the refill. But since we've got 4 people doing Hilaga, or at least 2 people doing Hilaga, and the other one's probably alternating, we got enough to keep people pretty occupied for those. All right, so Giant's Glove needs to go up. Probably replace Razor. The rest of that stuff can stay up there. And ethers, that looks good. So my last destination. Did I get too far away? Oh yeah, need to go back over here. So we need to go still hit on rack for Fania there. Up east. On rack's where Helag is kept. Right there. Interesting ankle this far east. I could have sworn this was all the way into the zone already for the on-rack area, which does not have ankylos. I wonder if they changed that to be smooth along the edge of the river instead of the boxy zones NES has. I think everywhere else I've seen it, it's like exactly the zone lines that I've expected. But they might have done some custom ones at some point. For you, and for you, for you, and for you. I guess you could get Null Death and be safe against Quake, although it's really late in the fight. So unlikely to be killed by Quake in the remake version. Like if you're that far into the chaos fight, you've gotten at least probably 5 or 6 good rounds of value out of that mage. Look at this. Dan, the lowest HP total. According to the normal rules, Dan be sacrificed to the forces of chaos here, but I think we have to have Dan wield the Basmune. The way over here. There we go. You know, Matoya's cave. Went past it somehow. There we go. I need some more water. I'm running really low here. So when the cutscene is playing to show you where Labyrinth of Time is, I'm going to go take a quick break and hopefully not be too delayed coming back. So see you guys in about 30 seconds or so. There we go. Should have some water for the remainder of the stream now. And I am going to save before going to the past, because I cannot leave here unless I happen to find an emergency exit. So probably worthwhile to put our first save down there. When is the 40 weight mage run? We need to split our experience up really, really finely if that happened. A lot of Agamas per level if you had 40 weight mages to feed. Alright, these guys are relatively doable. 4 thieves with no class change. That's painful. Especially in the remakes where they've buffed the bosses a lot, you really need to have haste or temper to make a lot of the fights go faster. The white mages, we're going to use a lot of our just raw healing ability to keep ahead of what pace the monsters are on. Purple worm, give me an emergency exit, please. This is going to take so long for this fight, by the way. He's got... Actually, no, this is not too bad. He's only got like 500 hit points, maybe like 450. And he doesn't have like really high resistances, so probably only 2 rounds. I was thinking he was resistant to all elements, but he seems to be taking normal damage. Did not get emergency exit. Sadness. Actually, you know what? I'm confident. We don't need to leave. We got ethers. We got Dans. What more could you need to finish the game? Gas dragons. We don't need gas dragons. How much slower is a 4-way mage run in original NES version? To give you an idea of comparison, my 4-way mage run on NES was 12 hours. So we are going to be less than half of that time for tonight's playthrough. Most of the difference is due to the fact that the buffs work in the remakes. So you have all kinds of options with Saber and with Temper to greatly speed up the battles. And also, like, the regular fights go much faster. Ooh, this is hurting a lot. How long would it take me to kill a black mage? Or not a black mage, a black knight, aka bad man. Could I do it in 1 round? I don't really trust running. I think the white mages are a poor class for escaping from things. And these guys are going to do a lot of damage if I fail to run. This is hopefully a 1-rounder. Hopefully 1-rounder at this pace, yeah. That's a good fight. The Bad Men's. Phantom's undead, so he takes a lot of damage from white mages. There we go. I'm going to grab an elixir here, just in case I need a backup. I'm kind of tempted to get the Mega Elixir on Carrie's floor, but that's pretty far out of the way. And I do have my Mega Elixir from the 15 puzzle still. I've never used that over the course of the game. So that's going to be my first big safety. Almost. 1 step away. And of course the quadruple green dragon reward. I'm going to guess that Shirko goes after at least 1 poison gas, so we get some value out of the Hilaga. 2 poison gases. Fire probably is not the best choice. I think thunder is neutral to them. Shirko wasn't the one that's going to get punched. Can survive 1 last poison gas. No problem. Nothing else, all these fights are giving me a lot of experience. Wow, we are also chewing through a lot of ethers really fast. I've got 99 though. I think that'll That'll be enough. Unrunnable. Unrunnable that could give me a Mega Elixir. Just saying, Zombie D's. We could make this a more agreeable experience for both of us. Just hand over the Mega Elixir, nobody has to get hurt. Right, purple worm. We still haven't had a Frosty, which is great. Zombie D's are undead, but I didn't want to change around all of my commands again. Almost everything else in here is going to be done with these items. Only thing in here, Earth Elementals, of course. The one battle, which I can't run from. Everything else is pretty straightforward, though. At least until you get down to TMS floor. And then the monsters start getting a little bit rough. Luckily, a lot of the ones on TMS floor that are difficult are undead. So we should do pretty good damage to those. Does the requirement of this category prohibit class upgrade to White Wizards? I mean, it's called 4 White Mages. It's not called 4 White Wizards. I think since it's such an unofficial category, you can do whatever you want to have fun with it. I like doing it without class change, because it seems even crazier than the idea of doing 4 White Mages. But for NES, I would class change, because having things like Life 2 and Fade and other spells like that are really much more valuable than on the remakes, where you can kind of get away without them. I think I can do Lich with Diaga rather than spending the time buffing. So we're going to go all offensive on him. His only real attack, Flare, he does once, and then it would take him a long time to get back to that part of the spell cycle. Is the camera more zoomed in on the remakes? The remakes definitely have this effect where it's got like a spotlight or corners that you can't see around, so it gives you less useful visible area. And the earlier versions of the remake, like for GBA and Wonder Swan, had a smaller screen, so they kind of had to cut the corners off. PSP's got a big screen, and they decided to do this effect to still limit you what you could see. I don't really like it. I like NES where you could just see the full picture, and it's a really clean display. But they went for more of an environmental effect. This has got to be really repetitive for him, but at least he's not getting hit in the face with a hammer over and over like Astos is usually. much health does he have? We're doing like 600 a round. I think he's got 2,400, so I guess not unexpected this is the final round for it. Got him. No mithril hammer needed. It is kind of funny that I still have the mithril hammer from the very beginning of the game. It's my best weapon still. Was Stop in the NES version? Yes. So Stop is an all-party paralysis spell. It's got Time Magic Element, which means if you have a ribbon, you are basically immune to it. Otherwise, it's got a decent chance of working because it's got a high effectivity. There's Pro Cape number 2. That's going on Dan. Yeah, not much. Okay, yeah. Cuckoo's the one that's got the third one. Just making sure that I didn't somehow move the ribbon onto Shirko at some point. Go carry time. Carry's gonna need some buffing. This is gonna be more of a slog. Alright, so Patera, Giant's Glove. Patera. 3 Pateras should do pretty good on reducing her physical attacks. I would like to have 6 in total. But I think 3 will be enough for right now. Alright, so 3 Pateras up. We're going to go do 2 strength tonics to 1 speed drink, I think, still. I need more Pateras. I'm going to go back and do the other 3. I thought I could get away with 3 instead of 6. Why did they change Carrie to Merilith? Merilith was the original name. All of the names that you see here are basically the original Famicom names, and NES did a lot of changes, and the remakes just changed them back. PlayStation 1 was kind of halfway done, because they only partially did the reversion. Like, the monsters were renamed, but spells were kind of not. So you still had like Fire 1, 2, 3 instead of Fyra, and Fyraga. But starting with GBA and later, it's fully in line with what the original Famicom version had. Alright, that's decent damage. I don't think we need any more buffs. We got 45 strength tonics left. Yeah, just go attack, defend, and we'll do 1 Healaga. We do take a lot of damage from other things here. Like, Shirko's going to take a lot of damage from Faraga, especially. But we only need a couple more rounds to take Carrie down now that we've done our buffs. And she really has no way of attacking back here. Unless she rubs through a ribbon. There we go. 2 fights down. These are really good experience, but at this point, I think that more levels are not going to make a difference. We're actually lower leveled than I would be in the normal speedrun. Typically, I'd be like 36 by this point, because I'd have 33 coming out of Sea Shrine, and get like 2 or 3 levels over the course of Sky Castle and Temple of Fiends here. I think right now I'm 34. Which is kind of amusing that you're doing things lower level than a speedrun for 4 white mages. But it just takes so long to level up this party compared to most other groups. I don't think it's worthwhile going to grab those extra bits of experience. Yeah, we're 34. We probably want to do some ethers. I can see those being somewhat useful. This is our last boss battle we have to do without Masmune. So this is our last really big buff session until the Chaos one happens. Terra. I'm just gonna hope that Kraken does not murder anybody in round 1. Okay, Thundar, that's not a bad start. We'll have 5 buffs up at the end of next round. Shirko can heal Aga, and Dan can keep going on the Giant's Gloves, trying not to have Dan do anything besides attack buffs, because it takes so long just to get those established. Ink, that's another good one. I'm not trusting 5, so I'm going to go to 7 for attack buffs. We're going to start throwing other buffs onto Dan. I guess that would have been good. 5 per Terra is evidently enough for Kraken. Okay, so you're going to speed drink. Strength tonic. I like the combination of roughly 2 strength tonics to 1 speed drink. I feel like I need more speed drinks. At the same time, without haste, they're not as valuable. Accidentally heal the bosses when blind. You can at least feel who you're casting it on. If you feel something sticky and drippy and gross, it's either Kraken or Dan, so you shouldn't cast heal on them. There we go, that's good damage. So we are done with buffing. Thundar, I think I could just tank. There's not enough rounds for Shirko to really worry about dying. Alright, epic name, bro. Have a good night. Rest of you, you're about ready to be done as well. We've got 1 Fiend refight, 1 sword, and 1 Chaos left to go. Almost halfway to Masmune there. Preemptor, that's great. Otherwise, elementals are really tough to run from. They're very, very fast, and your opposed check for running is somewhat difficult to beat in this one. There we go, 1 Masmune. You know, we'll give everybody else some hand-me-downs. The only weapons I picked up the entire game, a Mithril Hammer in Elfland, and the Power Staff in Astus' Castle. I never bothered selling it. Oh, 4 purple worms. This will be some time. Good experience though. So we're gonna have gauntlets, Thor hammer, black robe, and mage staff. Should be a 2-round battle according to upstairs. I feel like this is better than having Dan attack them with Masvian. You're only going to knock off 1 or 2 with the weapon, whereas the AoE attacks are going to be more generally useful. The 3 must be really close. I'll go after Dan. I've never noticed before that the purple worms have teeth in the roof of their mouth. That's a really subtle effect because it's kind of hidden in shadows. Shurko could get baned here, which is why I want to make sure I do this a little bit cautiously. I mean, everybody could get baned, but especially Shurko. Good start. So 3 Pateras doesn't really guarantee Dan lives, so we need to make sure that we get some heal Agas going. Alright, does Shurko get baned? Nobody gets baned. You're already on Giant's Gloves. Back to Strength Tonics. Yeah, we probably don't need more Proteras than that. Is Protera Ruse? Protera is the one that increases your armor. Yeah, so anybody's got a Protera's Fog 2. Protect is Fog 1. And Blink and Ruse are the same things. I go for armor resist rather than evasion in this version, since evasion is less useful overall. And you also have to stack it a lot before it starts getting to be really effective. I probably don't need this many buffs. I forgot that Dan's got the Masvian now, so Tiamat is not a very long fight. We'll be doing some good damage here. Yeah, there we go. That's plenty. One more hit to go should do it. Shurko just barely hanging on. And there goes our 4th refight. It's down to just chaos. Maybe some random encounters. Who knows what we might face along the way. Looks like it's just chaos. Alright, let's get everybody ready for this fight. Why is Shurko so much weaker? Shurko does not have a ribbon on. So Shurko is going to take double damage from elemental attacks. And that's kind of unfortunate when most of the late game bosses have really, really nasty elements. Who is the hero of this fight? Dan is. I mean, can there be anybody else? Despite having the worst HP growth I decided to give Dan the Masmune. Mistakes were made. And here we go. Alright, so let's start off with Giant's Tonics. I think you can actually... I kind of want to do a self-Giant's Tonic there to get started to see if we can keep Shurko alive for longer. Having another person buffing is actually pretty helpful for this fight. Ow. 420 damage on a physical attack. That's going to be hard to overcome. 328 is a lot of HP, it seems like. But Chaos could easily do that to somebody that doesn't have a ribbon. And Shurko lives. That was a close one. Still gonna have to basically use all of Shurko's turns Kiragging. It's a distraction, though. It keeps Chaos away from the rest of our party. Okay, you can start throwing Strength Tonics on Dan next. Ooh, that's a lot of damage. It's going to be tough to out-Protera that. That's a problem for surviving those physicals. When's the one character challenge coming? Way after this one. Does Chaos no Cure for in this version? Yes. It maxes at 9999, so he's actually got 20,000 hit points, and that means it does not fully heal him. But it's still pretty painful. Our Kota's kind of starting to run low on MP here. We got a couple of Proteras up, that's going to help. I want to rotate who's doing Hilaga around a bit. Shurko's a little bit dangerous to do my Hilagas on, because Shurko is potentially going to die to Quake, or Earthquake in this version, but as soon as I see that go past, then I'll have a bit of room for safety. Now that Protera only reduced him by 100. It's helpful. It's better than nothing. And especially if he gets fast off, then having these Proteras does make a big difference overall. Of course, that case is going hard into the spells. This is his last one before Earthquake. Maybe should have gotten Null Death to protect Shurko on that. I was not expecting Shurko to live that long in the fight. Okay, Makoto's got one more Hilaga before running out of MP. And then we'll just swap Makoto and Cuckoo's roles at that point. Start doing speed drinks. You're going to heal Aga here. I'd like to do a test attack with Dan. See where he is. Good thing that didn't land on Dan because we have no way to cast haste. A little bit on the weak side, but I think it's better to do speed drinks now. $20,000 HP. We're about 2,000 in. We got some work to do. We will see Dan slowly creep up in terms of damage output. I think we are pretty much done with Proteras. Okay, Shurkov lives through this. We have extra speed drinks per round. We live. That's really helpful. So now Shurkov's probably not going to die for a really long time. So I can actually move Shurko over to doing Hilagas for a little bit. Oh yeah, those Proteras are really helpful now. So the physical attacks are not threatening anymore. Even with haste, he's probably only going to do like 200 or so. You can see Dan's attacks per round slowly creeping up as we drop all these speed drinks on him. About the 12 attacks. Sugar's got 3 more Hilagas before running out, and then Cuckoo's got probably another 7 or 8, so we probably don't even need the Mega Elixir to finish it off. This is why Hilaga is so good. If I had Healara, it would only be doing about 100 per heal, so I would need 2 people full time on healing basically to keep up with him. One more Hilaga on Shurko. I think Dan maxes at 16 attacks per round, so as soon as I see that, there's no point doing additional buffs. If you had haste, it'd be 32 attacks. Okay, still at 12. Feels like he's been at 12 for a while. I don't think 12 is the max, though. Yeah, I'm very surprised it was under 5 hours. With better grinding, I think it'd be even faster, actually. There we go. 456.35. What a good time.